Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started. So if I could just ask everyone to find a comfortable place to sit or stand, wherever you're going to absorb all of the great things we have in store for you today. And welcome to everyone online. We've got some technical support in the background, so please, I hope that everything is going smoothly, and please indicate, obviously, if you can't hear us or see us, and we will do our very best to make the online people feel as welcome as the people in the room here today. So my name is Katie Rayner. I am the Chief Scientific Officer here at the Heart Institute, where I have the distinct pleasure of being closely tied with all of the research that is going on here at the Institute, from the entire spectrum of the ways that we do research here. And today is a day of, I mean, the title says it all, building community. And at the Institute, the importance of data and data sharing and the way that we not only collect it, but the way that we are responsible for it, the way that we engage our community and our patients to share and gift their data to us is so critical right now. I think if you read sort of anything online, all you hear about is AI and the power of it. But of course, with that comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of the need to really come together. So this event today is so perfect to be able to do that. And so I congratulate Kelly and Jody and the whole team for putting this program together today. It seems absolutely fantastic. And what we often will do when we gather together, particularly in person, is we pay an acknowledgement to the land where we are gathered, which of course, as we know, is unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And the Indigenous people in the region have made Ottawa their home, have really, welcomed us as non-Indigenous groups. And the knowledge keepers, traditional knowledge keepers, have shared so much with us, and we're very, very grateful to that. To be able to dedicating, I mean, again, part of the spirit today is to build community, and that is really key to how we move forward in reconciliation and to build these communities and partnerships and friendships. And it actually also is incumbent on us to take the heart health of all people in our region to, at the absolute responsibility of it. And we are responsible for it. And we are, looking forward to continuing to working together to build heart health for all in our region. So with that, I would like to invite Kelly up for formal, introductions as well as a gift, and begin the day together. So thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Katie. It's a real pleasure to join Katie and welcoming you all here today. So I'm Kelly Kobe. I'm a scientist here at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute, where I direct the Meta Research and Open Science program. And today we're really fortunate to have with us Gilbert Whiteduck. Gilbert is Anishinaabe Algonquin from the Kitchissippi Anishinaabe First Nation community, where he served as chief between June 2008 and April 2015. We have the fortunate pleasure of connecting with Gilbert as a consequence of our friendship with Doctors Alexandra and Malcolm King. So I want to acknowledge them and their efforts to build community amongst our community and the Algonquin and Anishinaabe community here in Ottawa. Mr. Whiteduck is active in his efforts to ensure that First Nation voices are not only truly heard by everyone, but that they're also understood. So Gilbert, I'd invite you to come forward now. We have with us a tobacco offering that we'd like to share with you, and an acknowledgement for your time and gratitude for sharing your wisdom and the offerings that you have for the group. Thank you.
Kekina, Gilbert Whiteduck, and Ijakas, Kitigan Zibini Donjaba. I welcome you all to certainly the unceded, unsurrendered lands of the Algonquin people. It's often stated in land acknowledgements, and I would ask you, whenever those land acknowledgements are made, that you reflect on what that means, what that really means for all of us as a collective, but certainly for the Algonquin and Anishinaabe on this territory. I'm still trying to figure out what it really means. I'm really honored to be here, to have been invited. It is, you know, when I was first contacted, there were so many things went through my head because it is the Heart Institute, everything I've heard about it, and many community members who have gone through here and the wonderful support and services they got when they were here. They always said, this is the place. This is the place. That's so important, and always felt very respected as Indigenous people, as Algonquins when they were here, and other people. And I thank all the people that work here and all of the other, you know, researchers and everyone else in the background in all of this. Very quickly, I've been involved in my community for decades now. I've been in the field of education, so some research, but education. Done many things now for the past decade. I'm a therapist, counselor, working with people with addictions and mental health issues, First Nations peoples and Inuit programming. So it's been a journey for me from an educator for decades, from a politician, and then back into connecting with people. And whenever we speak of heart and mind and that link, you know, I know that a lot of people in many ways are suffering in our communities. You may not know about it. You may not be aware, you may not be hearing about it, but it's so important that that awareness be well known. There's a lot of suffering going on. And I know, and not only for Indigenous people, for many other people, but I also know that Indigenous people are struggling the most, you know, First Nations peoples and Inuit. And certainly that is always confirmed to me with the people that I work with. And I was mentioning that I've worked primarily with women. 75% of the people I work with are women. And I thought as a man, educator, you know, been to university, that I knew a lot. But these women have taught me so much about connection, about knowing yourself. And one of really important things is having gratitude. I hope, and maybe not, that when you woke up this morning, you know, thought about having gratitude for your day, about gratitude of where you are in your career, where you're at in your development. We forget about that, of the opportunities we have and having gratitude to whoever we pray to, you know, whatever that may be, but having gratitude every day from our teachings is very important, very important. And we do that with humility. We do that with truthfulness. We do that using our wisdom. And most importantly, for us, all of those things are connected to love. And love is just not the word love. It has so many other connotations to it. And, you know, one of those words that I'm sure you're very familiar with, you're all very learned, and I feel very small in front of you, you know, but is a word volition. A word volition for me is the energy and everything else inside of us, that spirit that pushes us to achieve what it is we want to achieve for, hopefully not for our own stake and recognition, but for the good of all, or to bring about important changes that are going to benefit people all over. And I believe that's what you're doing. Research is about that. Research is about pulling all of that together to improve things, to understand it better. And of course, connection is part of that. So with that, what I will do this morning, I will light a smudge. And a smudge, for you that don't know it, I'm going to light some sage. And I'm just going to go around the room. And the intent is that if there is anything for us, if there's anything negative, any negative energies going on, is to push those away. It's like a shield. We're going to push them away so that today be a good day of exchange and understanding and connections and all of that. And in many of our gatherings or circles, I could call them circles, this is what we will use. There's nothing magical about it. You know, it's what we believe in and how we connect. Each one of us connect to that differently. So with that, and as I light the smudge, I will say, Kichimiigwech Kijimanitu. Kichimiigwech Anje Mashkiki. Kichimiigwech Anje Todemek. Kichimiigwech Mishomisak. Lugomisak. Thanking our grandfathers and our grandmothers and the medicines. Kichimiigwech Nibi. For us, the water is sacred, very sacred, of how we need to take care of it. We're hearing a lot about, the teachings tell us that when we take care of the land, when we take care of the water, we're in essence taking care of ourselves at the same time, and that we have a responsibility to do that. That our physical health is very tied to the health of the earth, of Mother Earth, and its sacred waters that nourish it. And that the rivers and the water, whether it be the Kitchissippi, the Ottawa River, or any other tributary, are really the blood that flows on Mother Earth, just as the blood flows through our water. So we want that blood to be clean and meaningful. All of that. Stay with me. Stay. Let's go. Go on and you follow. Work on this. All people. Still. You will be about opening ceremonies, about truly involving people in those dialogue and understanding, bringing those teachings, many teachings that we have, many stories that have been with us for thousands of years, that have allowed us to survive. I'm here because of that. But whenever we think of our physical health, we think of our mental health. And we certainly connect to spirit. Spirit is very important. Teachings tell us that we all carry a spirit. And that spirit came to us in the womb of our mother. That at our first heartbeat, spirit came. And that spirit would be with us until our last breath. But it is with us. And the spirit, we must nourish it. So that means we're nourishing the good things inside of us. And that's like what we call a sacred fire. We have a sacred fire. And in our sacred fire, a literal sacred fire, is what we carry. And we can only nourish that with good things. It's when we nourish it with good things, of not good things like jealousy and hatred or worry or depression, that our fire begins to diminish. So we got to find good things to nourish that spirit inside of us, that guides us, that is there, that lives in this human body, that the Creator has allowed for it to happen. So I wish you a great day. I'm going to sit in. I'm going to try to learn and listen from all of this. I'm really, really interested. I have always been in these fields and whatnot. And try to understand and wherever I go and whatever I learn, I pass on, most importantly, when I get the chance, to younger people. I'm opening a door for younger people, younger Indigenous people, who often feel, I want to say, very hopeless in the big scheme of Canada, that they'll ever achieve the level that you're at, that we'll be able to sit there as a researcher or as a doctor or involved. Some are, but many don't see that possibility. And we need to change that around, because we have wonderful, talented, beautiful young people and others that we must ensure collectively that they can find their rightful place in this country, the rightful place in institutions like this one and others. But we all have a lot of work to do. And hopefully we are embarked on that work towards something that governments have called reconciliation. Reconciliation is a huge word, and it starts by collaboration and respect. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. I think your words really resonate with me and certainly our institution's commitment to serving the community and the entirety of that community. Really appreciate you sharing your wisdom and insights with us and for attending throughout the day to learn as well. Okay, so I'm going to move on and talk about sort of the content of the day and what actually got us here in the first place. So in terms of sort of practicalities, this is meant to be very much a working discussion and meeting. So we've structured it essentially in the morning. There's a panel. There's lots of time for interaction, followed by another panel, which again, we're hoping to make very dynamic and interactive. But if we don't achieve that in either of those panels, I am fully confident in our third and final panel, which we've structured as a fishbowl, that we will achieve that. So I want you to feel comfortable here today at the institution. If you need to get up, you need to stretch, you prefer to stand, take a walk, please feel free to do so. Bathrooms are to the left when you exit the room. I'm just so excited to be here with you all today, to see so many new faces and bringing together distinct communities that I often think are fairly siloed from one another. Super exciting to see that. I don't want to say I see old faces, but I see familiar faces that I know as well. So it's good to see you and to have your support for this event as well. We really appreciate it. So in terms of, why we're actually doing this, the background for today's event, to be honest, is really born out of frustration. And I think sometimes a lot of great change and initiatives are born out of frustration. So for those of you who have known me for some time, you'll recall I worked in a consulting capacity at the OHRI for 6 years. And unfortunately, once you're a consultant, you're kind of always a consultant. So people continue to email you to ask questions like forevermore. And so I get a lot of emails from colleagues or colleagues' sister, who email me questions about research data management, ethics, data privacy. Some of these questions I'm able to answer and some I'm not. But I wanted to share with you like some of the types of things that I get in my inbox in a given week. So do you know what our institutional policy on data sharing is? Can you check my consent form to make sure I have permission to share my data? I don't have consent to share, but if the data is de-identified, does it even matter? Have you ever shared de-identified clinical data? What platform do you use? Can you check if my data is de-identified properly? So I like to think I had a comprehensive training in my graduate program, but I assure you I cannot respond to all these questions for every type of medical data, clinical, preclinical, different study designs. And so what it led me to see is that I perceive there's a lot of gaps in our community, even amongst people who are willing and eager to share their health data. There's a lack of appreciation, firstly, for what open science is. And while people may value big data analytics and reproducibility, the steps on actually taking in the day-to-day to get their data to that point are not always clear to folks. So I've gotten emails like, I've already analyzed my data. What's the point of sharing it? I'm done with it. Nothing more can come of it. Researchers in their institutions, I view as custodians of patient data or preclinical data as well. We are given data by individuals, hoping that we'll leverage that data in the best possible way for innovation and discovery. Most of us get funding, whether it's clinical or preclinical research we do, from the federal government to carry out our work. I say that there's a moral imperative to return on that investment. So I think in many ways we're falling short on that. And it's because people don't necessarily have the skills, the supports, and the ongoing continuing education to keep pace with this rapidly changing landscape that is health data sharing. So I mentioned there's this need for continuing education and toolkits. It's very clear to me that many researchers at the outset of research are not proactively planning for research data sharing. So at the downstream, at the end phase, when their project's done, that's when they're like, oh, the BMJ wants my data, or oh, maybe we should share data. What's that tri-agency policy? Do I have to do that? They're not thinking of it as a first step, and they need to. Research data management is critical across the entire life cycle of research. And I'm finding that at different points across that life cycle, there's knowledge gaps. So for instance, you may get consent to share your data, but you actually don't know how to de-identify it when it comes time to actually sharing, or you don't know the appropriate platform to do that on. So in our team, in the sort of wake of these mini questions, we started getting small pockets of funding from Compute Ontario, Digital Research Alliance of Canada, and our own institution to start creating resources to support people locally and beyond. So we've created a series of DMP templates for different types of research designs in health. We've created 4 online data handling courses. And recently we've finished completing essentially consent language around data sharing for open data or restricted access sharing for prospective or retrospective data that the community can leverage to make sure that you have the right sort of legalese and clarity in your consent forms to set yourself up for success. So here we are today, really excited to be able to exchange with everyone. For me, I see today as an opportunity to exchange across some very siloed groups sometimes. So we have such a range of people in the room, and I think there's a real richness in our dialogue as a consequence. We're hoping it's a bit of an opportunity to get feedback on some of the tools that our teams have created, particularly the data sharing and consent templates. And I think an opportunity to influence national discussion as a collective. So one of the things we'll do at the end of the day as part of the closing session is we're actually going to have a collection of your thoughts on little post-it notes that we're going to take and maybe write up in some form of white paper. I think that this is a rapidly moving pace, this space that we're in, and we need to capture people's views and act on them and prioritize them and approach them in that way. So with that, really excited to get started with the day and to jump into the talk and the panels that follow. Before I do so, I really wanted to thank our team and our collaborators. So Jody Edwards and I, who will speak in a moment, sort of coordinated today's session. But in reality, I think the person that coordinated today's session is Jessica Edmonds, with the support of the other faces that you see on the screen. Jessica has really gone above and beyond and with very little input brought us all together today. So if we could just pause and actually acknowledge Jessica and the team, I would really appreciate that. We are so fortunate at the Heart Institute and in the Meta Research and Open Science and BHI teams to have had such success in recruiting incredible people, which makes us so excited in terms of what we're going to be able to do in the future with this additional capacity. And of course, beyond our team, we of course have to acknowledge our funders. So some of them are represented in the room today. So greatly appreciate your presence and obviously your support for this event and past endeavors that will be discussed. So the specific funding for this event came from the Secretariat on Responsible Conduct of Research. They have these SETS grants. And so that was the initial impetus, was success on that grant. And then we infused in a little bit of our funding from our CEFREP, the BHI Brain Heart Interconnectum grant, largely because the response was so positive and we needed to buy more lunches. So it was a good problem to be in to have to add additional capacity. Okay, so you're going to be seeing a lot of me throughout the day. I'm really excited. But for now, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Jody Edwards, who is co-chairing Archimedes, our data infrastructure that we're building as part of our Brain Heart Interconnectum. So excited for her to share how that links to data sharing and our views on how it could help the Canadian landscape.
Great. Thanks so much, Kelly, and thank you to everyone for being here today and being kind of part of this conversation. I'm just going to very briefly introduce you to Archimedes as sort of one of the things that the Heart Institute is really leading on in terms of a tool, a mechanism, like an infrastructure to really enable data sharing. I know we're gonna hear a lot more about more broadly data sharing, and we're also going to be having a town hall on Archimedes dedicated to the topic of Archimedes in a couple of months, and you can kind of watch for that and get more information. But as a brief introduction, Archimedes is actually an acronym. If you can believe it, we forced an acronym out of into this. So it's the Advanced Research Collaboration for Health Integration, Medical Exploration, and Data Synthesis. Eureka. This aims to deliver a multimodal informatics infrastructure that can provide all of us with the kind of a tool to access, curated, federate. We will focus initially on brain heart health data, but really this tool has application across the entire domain of health data. It has open access repository functionality and also has the ability to perform advanced predictive analytics pipelines and development. So users can collect their data using this platform, manage their data using this platform, share it, access others' data, aggregate data across multiple domains, and then perform high performance analytics. So it's a very flexible tool, which we hope will really address a lot of the needs of the entire kind of health research community across Canada and some of the issues we're going to be discussing today. So our Archimedes team overlaps substantially with the team who's involved in the event today, and as Kelly mentioned, is co-led by myself and Dr. Kelly Kobe. And thank you to everyone that's involved, and particularly our key institutional partners with McGill, who many of whom are here today, with the Royal Institute for Mental Health Research and their data platform. We're really working as a kind of a unified group under this umbrella of Archimedes, and I think it's exciting to see so much collaboration because that's really what's required to kind of advance this type of national resource. So Archimedes really will be a national resource for data collection, deposit management, and analytics. We are building off another kind of the history of a prior CEFREF. So again, I think it's really important not to recreate the wheel in these types of initiatives and to work with the investment that's already been made by the government over many years to McGill. Through the Healthy Brains, Healthy Lives CEFREF. They developed a large informatics infrastructure that was called NeuroHub for many years and now has kind of folded into the domain of Archimedes. And it just enables, as you can see here, all different types of health data, multimodal data to be ingested into an initial data federation and management platform. From there, data can simply go to archiving to meet kind of national mandates as required, or you can have the flexibility to then push the data towards the analytics portal, build tailored pipelines for integration and analytics. And of course, as mentioned by Katie during the opening, this will facilitate a lot of the newer high performance computing people are interested in, the development of AI algorithms. All this data will be de-identified. Important to note, data are coded or de-identified, and we have a very flexible governance structure, which we will be very shortly releasing to the community at the launch of our website as well. But this enables people to either retain storage of their own data, allow storage on the Archimedes platform, have restricted open access. So it's quite a flexible system intentionally so that it can kind of meet users at their needs depending on their own type of project and domain that they're working within. So as mentioned, there's a continuum of access available on here. It can be publicly or freely available, which is the hope that everyone works towards in sort of the open science framework, available to specific users or have like more restricted access on a case-by-case basis. As we'll be hearing a lot about today, we have data sharing templates available to facilitate the use of this type of platform and ease of data ingestion onto the platform. We're also running really critically a number of data standardization projects because we realize that a critical component of these types of platforms is that there's high fidelity data that is standardized, meaningful, so that you can federate meaningfully and with high validity. So these are really key components is kind of enabling really robust data standards. So I'll leave it at that as sort of a teaser of what we're working on here at the Heart Institute in terms of advancing kind of the national capability for these types of large data informatics infrastructure. If you're interested in learning more, as mentioned, we have the town hall coming up in a couple of months. We're always available to be reached at the Archimedes website, and we have a large and growing team here at the Heart Institute kind of dedicated to this infrastructure, so we'd be pleased to talk to anyone about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jody. And if you have any questions about our committees, we've got our whole team in the room here today, so happy to connect and share a bit more. But that public launch we're anticipating to be in April or May, so it's really right around the corner. Okay, so next up we have our first panel. So it's on navigating changing demands and tensions for data sharing. So I'd invite the panelists to join me on stage here today. So we have Jeremy Geelen, Andrew Drummond, Jeffrey Curtis, and Laurie Proulx. And what I'll do is I'll introduce the first speaker. So each of the panelists have prepared a short talk of about 8 minutes. After each speaker, we'll open the floor, not for questions, but just if there's any points of clarification. So we get those immediately after the talk. Then we'll go through the successive talks, and then we'll have a panel discussion at the end where there'll be a chance for everyone to dialogue with these wonderful speakers. All right, so first up in the hot seat is Jeremy Geelen. So Jeremy Geelen is a senior advisor at CIHR, where he leads the policy work related to research data management and sharing. I have to say, Jeremy, we've known each other for several years, but when I read your bio, I was shocked. He seems to have had his hand on like every tri-agency data policy for the past decades. So I think that's a really rich perspective that he brings to the discussion. You've always been very supportive of the work that we've done. You know, we've got sort of your equivalent from SSHRC here today as well, Dom Roche. So just a note of appreciation to the agencies for attending today, and for Jeremy for giving the first talk. So I'll invite you up, and then we'll open it up for comments afterwards.
So thank you, Kelly. And thank you, Jessica, and the entire team for organizing and putting on this event. Thank you to everybody who's attending today. I'm indeed very grateful for all of us gathering on this to discuss this issue that is very important and which I care very much about. So my talk is to discuss open science policy, and specifically policies that the agency, or CIHR, is promoting, often in collaboration with our tri-agency partners, SSHRC and NSERC. And partly what I want to do in this talk is to also give a sense of the menu of options that are available when we talk about open science policy. We have policies themselves, strategies, frameworks, requirements, commitments, guidelines, all different types of interventions that the agencies or any funding agency can make in promoting open science or any policy objective. First, I presume most people in this room are familiar with CIHR, but I did want to give a glimpse of our budget to provide a bit of an appreciation for the amount of research that we fund, and to help build this case for a moral imperative, which Kelly mentioned in her opening remarks, for open science and the contribution that it makes to the research enterprise through promoting replication, reproducibility, verification of findings, and so on. But I also wanted to show this to give a sense of the moral imperative when it comes to taxpayer dollars and our responsibilities to Canadian citizenry. They are providing those funds, and open science, open data, is partly intended to avoid duplication of research, to maximize government funding, and so on. And so that figure of over $1 billion can help bring that home, and how important it is for us to deliver on that commitment to taxpayers over and above what open science provides to research itself. CIHR funds, of course, individual grants, individual initiatives, and so on, but we also support larger data-related initiatives. I've provided a sampling of them here. The Research Data Network, hosted by StatsCan, which SSHRC also helps support, but a number of others that are data intensive and which open science and data access, open data has bearing upon. Getting into the menu of policy mechanisms that CIHR and any funder can engage in. First, I wanted to mention our data-related strategies. So in CIHR's latest strategic plan, 2021 to 2031, we have several priorities that CIHR is taking on, and two of those relate to open science. The first, priority A, has a commitment within it, which is explicitly about open science, and that CIHR is committed to promoting open science in the Canadian research ecosystem. The second priority, dealing with integrating evidence in health decisions, relates to open science a bit more tangentially. And this priority is really focused on knowledge mobilization. And so it's within this priority that CIHR is committed to working with other organizations, for example, the Public Health Agency of Canada, in moving forward and advancing kind of broader health data initiatives in Canada. So for example, the Pan-Canadian Health Data Strategy, which among other things is focused towards facilitating health data access in Canada. A key open science related framework that CIHR developed in 2017 is the Health Research and Health Related Data Framework and Action Plan. The vision of this framework is essentially to help develop Canada's health data ecosystem, health research data ecosystem, and it includes four overarching commitments related to culture, resources, skills, and access. If you look it up online, you'll see that each one of those boxes has various action items within it. It's important to note that CIHR, although we're just getting into data access requirements and so on, during COVID-19, we did require that grant holders make their data accessible. We also required that they make their publications open access. Some other commitments that we've engaged in, signatory to the WHO Joint Statement on Public Disclosure of Results from Clinical Trials, and DORA, which is focused on research assessment, but it connects with open science in the sense that it calls for funders to do more to acknowledge that research data are legitimate research outputs and should be acknowledged as such. Moving on to tri-agency open science related policies. We have the Tri-Agency Open Access Policy on Publications, which is currently under review. The current policy requires open access to publications within 12 months, but the agencies have just released a revised draft policy calling for or proposing immediate OA, and I encourage you to check that out and provide any feedback you'd like by March 31st. We also have the Tri-Agency Research Data Management Policy, which was launched in 2021. We're pursuing a phased implementation on this. There are various requirements related to institutions, grant holders, that they have to submit data management plans. And finally, a data deposit requirement, where we are engaging the community on the implementation date for that. Just wanted to point out that considerations and support for Indigenous data sovereignty run throughout the Tri-Agency RDM policy. It's a high-level commitment in the preamble to the policy, but also each policy requirement has commitments related to Indigenous data ownership and sovereignty. And finally, I was asked to conclude with some challenges and opportunities related to promoting open science. I call them the 4 Ps. And so policies, the first one, with respect to any policy initiative, and probably any intellectual endeavor or anything in life, intellectual humility is important. So on the policy front, we've released and are releasing various policies and commitment. We have to work to understand the progress on those policies to date and develop further strategies and requirements to promote a responsible data sharing culture, for example, concerning fair data, Indigenous research data management, and emerging issues around data ownership and privacy. The second P, practices. We need to better understand researcher practices and motivations, for example, when, how, and when, with whom they share data, as well as why they don't share data. And we have to develop approaches and guidance to address concerns and foster RDM best practices. The third P, processes. We need to better understand the state of affairs with respect to processes and underlying infrastructures that enable data sharing, for example, access controls, disciplinary standards, and work to develop, improve, and determine them and facilitate their adoption. And finally, the fourth P, one reason why we're all here today, partnerships are key to all the above. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's really great. I can say from my perspective, I returned to Canada 9 years ago, and oh my gosh, so much work from when I came back 9 years ago to now. The science policy landscape is dramatically different. There's been a huge investment in this country into open science initiatives, research data management, the commitment to DORA, and so on. So I think it's a really exciting time for the country, and there's so many great people working at the agencies that really get it, and I think we're in a good position. So is there any immediate points of clarification for Jeremy, or a burning question you just can't wait? No. All right, so then I think we'll move on. So our next speaker, we're fortunate to have Andrew Drummond. So he's the Director of Health Policy at the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. So Andrew and his office is involved in offering commentary to the government and other public bodies, preparing guidance for the health sector on requirements and best practices for the health sector, and indirectly in regulating several organizations in Ontario that have special capacities for managing data. So Andrew's traveled in from Toronto today to speak at the event. We're really grateful that he did. We're also grateful how open your office has been in dialoguing with us. When we reached out to colleagues in our space, who should we get from the IPC? Everyone said Andrew. So we're grateful that we actually nabbed him and have him here today. So welcome, Andrew.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here. I'm very glad to be in Ottawa. Just on a personal note, this is where I met my wife and got married to her. So I'm happy to be back. I want to talk about something that before I do that, actually, I want to just make a disclaimer. I'm on the policy side of our regulator. I'm not part of the tribunal, but I am part of an organization that does receive complaints about the use of personal health information. I'm not a lawyer. I don't deal with those. And anything I say here would be utterly disregarded by a tribunal, so you can't say anything like say anything about that, and I don't necessarily reflect the views of the organization as a whole. Having said that, I do kind of know what I'm talking about. So I wanted to describe quickly some themes around privacy and health research. And if there's one thing to take away, it's the first bullet. Privacy is an enabler, not a barrier. And I do often come into contact with researchers who come in with the assumption that, especially coming from a regulator, I'm here to tell you not to do your research because you're not doing it right, whatever. Without privacy protections, things don't work. It's an enabler. And it builds trust, and ongoing maintenance of that trust is essential to the success of the research enterprise, not only on an individual basis, but on a collective basis nationwide, and certainly in the province. And I'd like to say that my organization's decisions have reinforced those foundational assumptions. Another sort of theme I'm going to be talking about a bit about our REB approval as being only one element of what you need to do. And a bit about consent, and lastly, a bit about de-identification. I know that Khaled, Eman, among others, is here, and he knows far more about de-identification than I will, so I will presume that if he says something that disagrees with me, trust him, not me. In Ontario, we deal with PHIPAA, but broadly speaking, the principles of health information legislation across the country are the same, but it is the most misunderstood piece of legislation I have ever dealt with in a career in policy in multiple fields. It is fundamentally an enabler of health research. It makes it clear that research is an expected part of what you do with personal health information, even though we deal with the perception that it's a barrier to that research. So what health information legislation actually does is it sets out authorities for conducting research. It avoids codifying exactly what research is. We heard earlier about the necessary humility to approach it, and I actually think that that's embodied in the legislation. There are so many ways that health research can be conducted, so it sets out very generalized basic expectations of what that means. And it has a definition of research that is quite broad. It has to be systematic. It has to develop established principles, facts, or generalizable knowledge, and includes the evaluation and testing of that research. And so that foundational bit has led to my organization, the IPC, actually having as one of its main key priorities, trust in digital health is what it's called. All health is now digital health, basically. But it's around, we specifically promote the privacy protective use of personal health information for the public good. And that is, I think, foundational to, I think if you hear a lot of IPC, what people say about the IPC, we're here to stop things from happening. In individual cases, that might be the case if you're doing it wrong, but really it's very key to understand that the legislation and our organization is there to fundamentally promote that use. When I first got my job at the IPC, I called a friend of mine who had previously been a privacy officer at a mid-sized Ontario hospital, and my phone hadn't been changed to list Andrew Drummond as the caller, just said IPC. It's my second day on the job, and got a hello when she picked up because she was so terrified of why is the IPC calling me. I hope that's not going to be over time. I hope that perception starts to change. I want to talk about research expectations under PHIPAA and really kind of just say this is what they are. As a custodian, research is allowed as a general use under Section 37 of the law with a research plan and with ethics board approval. Disclosure requires an application writing, research plan, and a copy of that approval with some details that you see on the screen there. And the researcher has to comply with the research ethics board, has to use the personal health information for the specified purpose, shouldn't publish identifiable information, shouldn't disclose except under legal authority, and shouldn't make contact with subjects without consent, and have to notify if that information is breached. That's it. That's what the law tells you have to do. I know the Tri-Council has many other more guidelines, but that's the legislative framework for research using personal health information in Ontario. It's similar in other provinces. Last year, the IPC tribunal published a decision that reinforced a lot of the key concepts in the research, and in decision 243 regarding the use of a wide range of a university had a particular data set that it was using in multiple ways, and really these were the 5 key takeaways. Researchers have to ensure that they provide custodians where they're getting the information from with all the required information so that custodians can disclose appropriately and understand what they're doing. When amendments are made to a research plan, you have to take steps to communicate that. You know, one of the things around research, a lot of it is derived from clinical data, and so patients should know that this is happening. And the old way of doing that, a poster in a clinic, virtual care has risen from approximately like 5% of visits in 2019, and then something happened and it grew dramatically, and that kind of communication to patients is no longer sufficient. And that was a sort of innovation in the decision that was new. Transparency is key, and if de-identification is happening, you can't just de-identify, walk away, we're good. You have to reassess the robustness of that de-identification, especially given the advent of new tools that could potentially re-identify. And I'm sure Khaled will talk more about some of that. Some other relevant points. Research Ethics Board is not legal approval. And I've run into this numerous times. Ethical research that's what a research ethics board is there to do, to determine the ethics of it, not necessarily the legality of it. And when those two sort of intersect in ways that might create some problems. So REB approval, legal approval, different things. PHIPA actually says you only need one REB approval with multi-institutional organizations or projects. Usually, there are many REB approvals required. That is a choice of the participating organizations, not required by legislation. It's a useful risk limitation tool by each organization, but that's not the legislative point there. Protocols for research have to be robust, and when you get consent, getting consent is a legitimate use of that personal health information. Important to point out. And lastly, a few points on consent. It has to be informed. It has to be explicit to be meaningful. And if someone doesn't actually understand what they're doing when it means to provide consent, then it might not be valid. I'm not going to say it's definitely not, but it might not. And what happens when an individual withdraws consent? Are there procedures in place to deal with that? And publicly available data sets relying on consent can present high risks. A couple points on de-identification that you can read on the board, but really I'll let greater expertise speak to those. And lastly, I am happy to hear questions and talk to people. So there's some contact information. So with that, I'll conclude and thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for the great talk. Khaled, did he do okay? Okay. All right. So if there's no questions, we'll go to our third speaker, and that's Jeffrey Curtis, another Torontonian. And he presently is the Chief Privacy Officer at Sunnybrook Health Science Centre. This is one of Canada's preeminent acute care health research and teaching hospitals. He's involved in a lot. It looks like you do a lot of speaking from what I can see. But something of interest is that for me, he's a member and on the advisory board and a guest lecturer for the Osgood Hall Law Society's Certificate in Health Law. And why this is interesting is I just took this course and found it to be incredibly helpful in such an amazing diversity of scholars in that forum. So welcome, Jeffrey, and thanks for being here.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to try to stick to my 8 minutes. Let's see, page down, yes. Enter. There we go. So I've only got 2 slides. So really, in 8 minutes, this is sort of a circle tour of what's on my mind right now, and I'm more than happy to elaborate as we need today on any of these things. And we're all going to shout out Khaled at one point today too. So I'm not going to talk much about de-identification, although I do bring it up here. I think we're going to have a fascinating discussion with that shortly. So look, I'm on the institution side, right? I'm a privacy officer. I'm on every project that moves in the hospital, whether it's research, administrative, clinical, you name it. We're talking about AI a lot today, so these slides are basically focused on what I see happening right now in my office from my chair outbound into this world of big data and AI. I think I've spent years talking about IT governance, and now I'm spending a lot of time talking about AI governance. There's a structured and standards way to talk about governance generally for information technologies, and this is not much different. If right now, what spreadsheets or what checklists are we working? We're working the NIST list right now. So Toronto Association of Health Science Networks, TASN, has adopted the NIST AI RMF. First line there, there's a couple of links for you to look up at your lunch. Really where the action happens though is in the NIST 600-1. So NIST, after they published the RMF last August, they published their first kind of controls guidance. And it's their wisdom on, and they've cast it as a Gen AI list. Is it appropriate for all other kinds of AI or ML projects? I think so. Just take the word Gen AI out and most of the controls apply to just about any other AI project. So we're working this spreadsheet right now, and it's got 120 line item controls on there. They're all categorized by the, whatever principle applies. So I basically extracted the ones that are about privacy. There's a good 30, 35 there. That's a good list. This is the list that we put in front of the researchers when they come to me and they say, what should we be doing? From the institution's perspective, they have to fill out the checklist. Maybe their vendor has to fill it out for them, but somewhere between the PI and the vendor, they should be able to answer these questions. I encourage you to look up the list. If privacy is not, where your interest is, you can look at fairness, you can look at explainability, any of the other dimensions of the responsible AI matrix, and you're going to get a good list of controls that you should be trying to meet there. A lot of them can be applied not only to the model makers, but model users. It spans between the two. So if you're buying this technology or just renting it, you have some governance obligations within the project itself. If you're making stuff, obviously all of them apply to you. Right now in this matrix, however, what I find is if it wasn't for my office, privacy, and then somewhere between Architecture Standards Review Board, which is an IT function in the hospital, who also govern security and legal for the usual reasons. They're doing all the DTAs and stuff like that. The question is, who else is looking? So it's a governance question. Who knows what the projects are doing and who decides what they can do, right? That's a governance question. And the answer is right now, it's really just legal, IT, and privacy. Right? It's not clear to me who's looking at fairness, bias detection, explainability, and transparency. Hopefully the PIs are. Hopefully the projects are doing it. Are they reporting to into my office or into legal or about those dimensions? No. Hopefully they're reporting to the REB well before they get to my office, months before they get to my office. Not clear how much work is being done there, how much scrutiny is being put on it from the board's point of view. And the board, of course, is there for ethics review. I'm back to the board soon to have these kinds of discussions to make sure that they're elevating their understanding of some of these dimensions as well. I guess, otherwise here, the key things right now where the checkpoints are in the life cycle of the project. So right from vendor selection, platform, and how are you managing your data? Those are discussions that go on well before you get to my office. Hopefully by the time you get to my office, I'm not putting huge brakes on the project because we're seeing sort of things we haven't seen before. So have those discussions early. Make sure if you're a PI or a project, you're coming to your institutional privacy officer early and saying, what do you think of this? And I can help you out to the extent that I know what you're trying to do. The other dimension I wanted to talk about here, and again, there's eminent colleagues here today that are going to get into this in more detail, but I wanted to set it up. There is the idea that AI requires a lot of data. I think this is true, generally speaking. Is it inherently a re-identification risk, even if you're notionally using de-identified or even synthetic data, as we might want to talk about today as well? The answer is probably. My office has to treat it that way. That is, even maximally, if you're using some type of pseudonymized or synthetic data, according to the federal commissioner, it has all of the privacy risks that directly identifying data might have. And we can talk about that. There's a paper reference there if you're interested in it. There's the first link up there, Play an Inference Game. If you're interested in what those kinds of risks are for LLMs generally, there was a paper. It's not well peer reviewed, but it's an interesting one. And they actually have my research work was in playing games and making bets and things like that. So they have a game there where you can try to guess whether what ostensibly is de-identified data is actually, whether you can make an inference about its re-identification prospects. And so that's kind of an interesting thing if you haven't gone through that before. I'll put in a pitch again for the IPC. Former commissioner used to say that we're not interested in zero-sum trade-offs, privacy versus security or things like that. And I don't think it's a zero-sum trade-off here either. Is you can enhance privacy and also get your work done at the same time. You can use as much data as you probably need. We just have to pay attention to some of these controls with keen interest. Again, there are alternatives. There's a spectrum of data that can be deployed here. I encourage studies to not just go in with old thinking on what data might be necessary or important or must have for the project. And I'm happy to talk to people today about what we're seeing in terms of synthetic data or data alternatives, if you will, and then what de-identification means. It's a spectrum. and you can touch down at any point in that spectrum, but moving to the left or to the right of that then becomes the important part. How do you get your work done and still conform with the law? Consent is a big issue, and I think it's even more difficult than it used to be. So the question is do patients really have a say, even if they're providing consent? And how do you manage that consent over the lifetime of the project, especially even if people want to now get out of participation after the fact or something, where their data, once it's poured into these models, may be irretrievable at some point in time. I had to say, I'm here this morning at a heart institute. Some of you might remember Dr. Jack Tu, who was at ICES years ago. I have to give him a shout out. We miss him. There's his paper, which was published in 2004, is listed at the bottom there. He asked a very important question 20 years ago, and the question is still, I think, necessary to ask. He said, well, what happens if we give patients the right to opt out of large data sets? What happens if 20% of them say, yeah, I'm out? His answer was that the data set becomes extremely biased. And I think we're still having to pay attention to that today, either at the study level or indeed in the large, as we would say. So I encourage you to reread that paper and consider how it's impactful still 20 years after it was published. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Great talk. And thank you also for your acknowledgement of Dr. Tu's work. I think it really shows your talk, like the complexities of this changing landscape and institutions' response. And it's a lot, right? Many moving pieces. Okay, so our last panel speaker is Laurie Proulx, certainly a last but not least situation. So Laurie has lived with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis since she was 14 years old. And now I have to stop reading your bio because it's incredibly humble and not at all reflective of the impact that you have and continue to have on the patient engagement space. So Laurie is involved with CAPA. It's a Canadian Patient Advisory Committee in the arthritis community. I have to say, Laurie, you have been a huge mentor to me. I know many of my colleagues as well. You're certainly a mentor to a numerous number of other people looking to make an entry point into patient engagement or in patient advisory roles. I feel like if you don't know Laurie and you're sitting in this room and you've done anything to do with patient engagement in Canada, it's probably one of those like 3 degrees of separation type situations. She's got such a richness and experience, both professionally from her lived experience as well. And we're really honored to have you here with us today, Laurie, to share a bit about your perspective in those roles and your lived experience. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Kelly. That was very kind of you to say those sorts of things. So, yeah, I mean, as Kelly mentioned, I mean, I'm a lifelong patient, right? And it's gotten me increasingly more involved in sort of sharing patient perspectives in all sorts of realms, whether that be as research, where I've been involved as a patient partner for 20 or 15 to 20 years before it was a thing, policy making, and I actually run a patient organization and work with other patient organizations as a consultant, kind of trying to lend my expertise and support them, because I really feel it's an important part that, you know, doesn't always get sort of the support. Involved in Kelly's work, I'm on the BHI Open Science Steering Committee, and she has actually gotten me increasingly more interested in this topic of open science over the last number of years. So really today I hope to talk a little bit, like it's really big picture stuff. So what are some of the patient aspirations around patient science, or about open science, I mean? You know, because I think it might ground the conversation perhaps a little differently when we can easily get, I think, like lost in the weeds, and the weeds are important, but it just kind of gives a different point of view. Some of the expectations around data sharing, as well as what do patients want to see next. And so on my slides, you're going to actually see a lot of quotes from other patients. So I don't think we've had a lot of conversations where patients share their perspectives around open science, at least not directly to my knowledge. So I did an informal survey, just kind of shared it last week on LinkedIn, on Blue Sky. And so I heard from 22 different patients who completed the survey. And so I've really tried to do diligence, I guess, to their views as well. And so my slides represent all 22 people in some shape or form. Like I've quoted every single person once. So anyways, I just wanted to share that it's sort of me, but it's also all of them. And they're super eager to sort of continue to engage in the conversation. So in terms of some of their aspirations, I mean, not surprisingly, right? There's this need and desire to have timely access to research, right? A lot of frustrations with not having access, right? And I think people want to know about the latest research. They want to know about possible trials, especially when their treatment options are going to be limited either imminently or at some point in the future, right? I mean, I've been one of those people too. Like I've got some rare, uncommon things. I start, searching on PubMed, and then I encounter sort of a roadblock, right? A lot of people feel it's like fundamental to accessibility and equity to give information to patients. And ultimately, people felt that so much of the data is behind paywalls that it's hard for them to understand because it's their data, right? At the end of the day. And so it's about them, and they should have access to it on the aggregate as well as on the individual. So here you'll see some of the quotes, accessible, équitable, diversifié, so accessible, equitable, and diversified for people who don't understand French. And really, I guess that sets the context for like supporting patients actually in their care, right? I found it was interesting to kind of look at some of the feedback from people because it really reinforced the power imbalances that they actually experience day to day in getting the care that they need. And some ways, the way we publish, the way we share our research and all this kind of reinforces those power imbalances on an individual level. So there was a lot of talk of information is power, right? It sort of helps rebalance if people can go in with the information that they need with their individual healthcare provider. So I'm talking more at the individual level, and enables them to participate and sort of balance out the information that may or may not be shared by their healthcare provider in that given situation. And I mean, I think we've seen this over the last like 30 years, right? The internet came about, Google, as much as people like Dr. Google or don't like Dr. Google, the fact is people are using it. Somebody even talked about, sharing really personal information on Facebook groups. Like there's whole communities of people out there sharing very personal information, at least on that level. So, and really just to kind of empower and support. I don't always like the word empower because I do feel like by default, patients don't really have any power, especially at the individual clinical level. But anyways, that's sort of in a nutshell, some of the feedback that I got there. And now this one's a little different in terms of like a theme that came out from this feedback was sort of, kind of takes that information to a different level about empowering patient communities with the data, the openness, right, that comes out to maybe influence research more directly. Now, that could be at an organizational level, like there's lots of patient organizations. It could be at a different level where it might be more individual as, an individual patient partner involved in a study team, right? And I guess the idea was that it would democratize the data to some degree for these communities so they can help move the research agenda forward, right? It would sort of complement the traditional investigator-driven research with more, bridging that down to a community level. So if you had access to this information, and I guess it was felt that it would enable better uptake, better knowledge translation, better use, because, patients, I think, are quite interested in using your research in their day-to-day care and that sort of thing. But it also kind of brings up a responsibility, right? And this is where in terms of, patient engagement in creating that data, right? So is it kind of the right data? Does that data reflect what the communities are feeling and experiencing? I work with a lot of people, right? People who live with pain and who are kind of dismissed by maybe conventional research, but also their individual providers and that sort of thing. So does that data and that context of the data, is it embedded in it or is it not? So I think that kind of is part of some of their expectations around data sharing, right? That it's, that it relays that it captures that sort of those lived experiences, those community experiences, so that it's good data, I guess, from the community's perspective, right? I think many identified, I asked a question about de-identification. I only asked 5 questions. I didn't want to overwhelm people. Many felt that de-identification is a fundamental requirement. I agree. Perhaps it's on a continuum, and we need to look at this within specific contexts. See what people are comfortable with. They had the expectation sort of for rigorous consent processes to be used, but also had questions about security and ownership, like who was keeping the data, who's the custodian, I guess, of it, who owns it, and kind of what's their part in it. And I mean, I hate to bring up what's happening south of the border, but it feels like impossible to not have a conversation that involves that. But, where is our data actually sitting? I think, is there sort of independence from that? Does it sit in a place that's safe and secure? And so maybe that's a call to kind of build more of that ownership here in Canada, for example. And then in terms of what do patients want to see next, I think in meaningful engagement, right? And they want to learn more about open science. They want to, I think if there's opportunities to provide capacity building opportunities so they understand and can meaningfully contribute to the conversation, that's important. There's one person here that indicated, we need a patient partner council, right? Let's start hearing from a broader group of people. And in terms of that meaningful engagement, helping people learn, creating user-friendly platforms so they can understand these sorts of things and engage properly, as well as compensation, and providing support for people to be able to contribute. So anyways, I hope I've done some justice to what I heard from these 22 people, and hope that this is just the beginning of the conversation, not the end. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Laurie, and especially thankful to, as well, the 22 people who participated. That's fantastic to have had that depth of input in your survey, and love the idea of an open science council. So we'll have to chat about that more. Okay, so we've had our session speakers share a little bit about sort of their perspective on data sharing in health research and the changing sort of landscape we exist in. We now have some time for questions. So I'm told there's people online. So those online, you're very welcome as well to ask a question, and we'll have it sort of rephrased here in the room for you. But I wanted to open it up first to those of us sort of physically present. Any questions, comments, or thoughts? So we have a mic just over here that you can use. Yes, Khaled, go ahead, please. Can we get the mic, Faye? There we go, I think.
I just had one comment and one question. With reference to that article by Jack too, actually there's a lot of evidence on consent bias, that consenters and non-consenters differ systematically. And a few years ago, we wanted to do a systematic review on that, and we ended up doing a systematic review of systematic reviews because there's so much evidence demonstrating consent bias. It doesn't mean you shouldn't get consent. It just means you have to be aware that consent bias, whether it's opt-in or opt-out, does exist. But my question was around a point you raised at the end about patients being concerned about commercial use of their data. Commercialization is an important part of the innovation ecosystem where our research results can be applied in practice. And research funding doesn't really go on forever. once you've published your paper, the funding stops. And therefore, we want these results to be applied in practice for a long time, and commercialization is one way to get us there. So is there a way to have a conversation with patients and data subjects around using their data for those purposes? Because I think it's an important use of that data.
No, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, it's all sort of part of the process at the end of the day. But I think some of those comments honestly come from perhaps not research-based contexts, but possibly other contexts, right? Where there are situations where patients' data is collected. They don't really know what's kind of going on underneath the covers, so to speak. And it raises concern, but I don't think you can ignore that, because that has an impact on how people trust the research process. You know, not everything, I was talking to someone just before, not everything goes through research ethics and has that sort of level of assuredness and that sort of thing. There's lots that happens outside of that. So I definitely think, you know, like an ongoing conversation about it, about how that it's part of things, right? It's part of how the data evolves. And so I'd welcome any sort of further work on that, absolutely, to engage with patients and hear their level of comfort around that, right? I think it's more around what are you doing with it, right? Like, and I think it can easily get lost in consent processes and the fact that sometimes we just don't hear back on research, right? Like I can't think, like I contributed a lot to research, like as a participant, I mean, and I don't get like, you know, I think there was one trial, a decentralized trial during COVID where I heard back, but it just kind of goes into a sort of, you know, vacuum, never for people to kind of hear back about it again. So I think returning results back to people, maybe not on an individual level, but at least on a study or research level, I think could help maybe allay some of people's fears there. So just a few thoughts, but good question. Thank you.
Anyone else on the panel want to weigh in? Rob.
Yes, first, thanks to the organizers. This is a great forum, great session. I also want to say thanks to Gilbert White Duck for that positive collaborative message at the beginning that's really kind of set the tone. A couple other quick comments and a couple of questions. Very pleased to hear from Jeremy on the social accountability of research and openness. And also, I like the notion from, I'm just looking up your names here, so because I don't remember them all, from Andrew on privacy as a positive enabler of research. It's really a mindset change. I'm not certain how we get there for a lot of our researcher colleagues, but refreshing to hear and appreciate your work that you've done with Jennifer Lejeunesse here at the Institute. I know that you've been helpful for her in our privacy issues, et cetera, going forward. I also thank Laurie for the patient perspective, which is also refreshing and building on partnership. I wanted to come back to the paper from Jack 2 that you mentioned on those 20% of people who may not be consenting, and how we capture the data to better serve our social accountability to reduce bias. And then I'd like to hear the panel's perspective on the Utopia ruling. What is its impact on data, open science and privacy? So 2 questions.
I can start. I was very fascinated by that decision, I think, as well. So I think for me, I had to read it twice to make sure that I understood what the actual message was. And to me, one of the main messages is you can keep licensing data. There's no prohibition on data licensing. The answer is you have to do it right. You have to know what the rules are, at least. There are rules right now. They're evolving. And maybe there's better ways we can do things. And we need a little more accountability, you know, pre, during, and post. But there's no essential prohibition on, you know, taking data from a source system, as we call it, clinical systems, and licensing it for the right purposes to the right folks for the right reasons.
I don't know how to speak about the impact of the utopian decision, but I do think that in many respects, it's been fascinating to hear from various researchers around the province since in the intervening year, and some of whom, a minority of whom, I'm not sure they actually read the decision, but have very strong opinions about what it says nonetheless. But most of whom are really kind of, wait, what? But I think a lot of it has to do with the particular circumstances of that project and why. So at this point, I will speak kind of on an informed personal way about that type of longitudinal identifiable personal health information data set. I think in Ontario's framework, there are organizations that can operate with large-scale data sets of identifiable personal information without consent under certain conditions. And those are in Ontario, CIHI, the Institute for Clinical Evaluative Sciences, Ontario Health in respect of its Cancer Care Ontario Authority, and the Pediatric Oncology Group of Ontario have that ability to do that. And I think that's one of the things that maybe should be explored when looking at these very, very large data sets that maintained for a long time. And that's perhaps a personal opinion. There are ways around that, but it becomes more difficult, and the ongoing in detail accountability presents to me more risk as a result. That's not quite an answer to your question, because I can't answer your question otherwise.
I think I'm officially on listening mode when it comes to the impact on that. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. And just to acknowledge, Rob, if you're not connected with us, is the CEO here at the Heart Institute and has been very supportive of the efforts in my team and our committees and BHI initiatives. So really appreciate you coming here to show your support as well, Rob. Another question here. Yeah. Questions online?
Hi, Laurie, thank you so much. As an REB facilitator, you have validated so many things. We've had problems with the open, like sharing consent forms, because there's always this fight, right, of too much information, but they have to know. So I want to thank you for that. Kind of a comment first. I don't know how many other institutes are doing this, but for us, for REB, every time a study closes, we require a post-study report that is supposed to go to all patients who have consented to receive it. So it's a really like optimized way of making sure people are getting it, because that seems to be a consistent issue. My question more is, based upon the responses from your survey, it seemed like a lot of people didn't really understand when we said open science, that it's like, we're going to be sharing your data. How do you feel about that? And instead they said, well, we want to know about the results. So I'm wondering, like, in your perspective, how much education would you say, or what type of education would you recommend to help people understand, like, when we talk about open science, we're sharing your data potentially, you know, with the entire globe. So how would you recommend, I guess, sharing or teaching patients about this in a really easy way?
Yeah, no, for sure. I realize that some of it is, I guess I raise all those issues more as aspirational things or things to consider. I don't have all the answers to the questions, but I do think we need to start a conversation on open science, like, and what that means for people's data. So I would just, you know, maybe build out a patient council as was recommended by someone, help them or ask them what they want to learn about. Like, for me, I would say, like, you know, I feel like I've learned a bit through osmosis in a way through working with Kelly over the years. You know, explain just the sort of life of their data within the open science policies and approaches and these sorts of things, like maybe how data is used today. And so I would just, but most importantly, I would just ask them, you know, like engage a group of diverse patient partners that represent, I don't know, depending on your institution, depending on the focus and that sort of thing, include marginalized communities who've often, you know, not seen themselves in the research, for example, or maybe the research doesn't always meet or align with their lived experiences or the needs of the community, and plan it out, right? But I would start at the beginning and sort of speak about you know, everything that they would be most interested in. I don't know. I know it's not like a super detailed answer, but I know I'm just sort of recommending more engagement, but I think that's important to not just continue this work without involving the people whose data you're talking about and working with every single day. So.
Not exactly to your point though, but I mean, I think the trust is really, really important, and that kind of ongoing contact does maintain trust. I'll certainly speak for my own personal view. I've participated and I've given consent for my then young children to participate in various studies, and we were promised that. I have received that once. That lack of follow through is a dramatic reason for me not to participate, because, well, 85% of the other researchers don't actually follow through on that. Do I really believe them? And that's, my professional life is about privacy, but the same trust is, you say you're going to do something, you say you're committing to something, you do that. You have to follow through, or then you get the 20% falling off, and it doesn't happen.
Thank you. We're going to quickly go to Nadia, who's got some online questions for us. So Nadia, if you want to read out maybe 1 or 2, 3 questions that are related, we'll do a bit of a rapid fire and have the panel weigh in.
Sure. We'll start with a question online from Mona. This is for Jeremy. Could you clarify the tri-agency's policy regarding infrastructure support for open science, particularly for smaller institutions or individual researchers? For instance, the current draft of the open access policy places responsibility on research organizations that may lack access to libraries or Canadian repositories for depositing their publications. How does the tri-agency plan to address this challenge?
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I mean, support for open science initiatives is, it comes up often. It's an ongoing concern, and it's something that we have been and continue to have discussions and engage the community on. Without getting too into specifics, costs related to open access publishing or data management are eligible grant expense claims that researchers can make. With respect to kind of broader considerations with respect to our open access and open science policies generally, we continue to be kind of in discussion with the community on how best to provide supports to institutions and other stakeholders with respect to implementing our policies and so on. So we will continue having discussions with them on how we can leverage existing infrastructure in the community and how we can work with partners to build additional infrastructure that's needed, whether that's for open access publishing or data management commitments. At that, maybe I should open it up to any of my tri-agency colleagues who wanted to weigh in on that question, who are here and might be more plugged in on the open access policy than I am.
Looking at you, Dom.
Oh, there's another one too. Oh, there's another one too. I will mention that. But
to support, so the RSF, the research support funds that are allotted to the different institutions, are also within that pot of money that can be used to support open science practices, whether it be publishing institutional supports for that, basically. So helping at the library level and whatnot, same with research data management. And then also, I just wanted to highlight that Jeremy mentioned that we work very closely with our partners as well to provide infrastructure and services to the community. And that importantly involves the Digital Research Alliance of Canada, which is a really key player here in supporting both services and infrastructure.
And just to add a plug as well, so indirectly, of course, the federal government has supported projects like Archimedes through the BHI, and there are certainly others that are these large infrastructures to help support the community as well. All right, back to you, Nadia.
Okay, we have another question online for the panel. One of the barriers that persons with disabilities face is accessibility to be engaged in clinical studies, such as how information is communicated. Do you think early training for researchers and clinicians on best practices for accessibility rather than accommodation would help overcoming these systemic barriers?
I'll start because I think my answer is quick, and the answer is yes. at the agencies, we were always thinking about kind of the type of guidance researchers need to do open science generally. But also here too is another instance where partnerships are key. You know, at the beginning of the day, there was the slide about all the different resources that Kelly's team here has developed to promote and provide education to researchers on various open science topics. So here too is another area where the agencies are keen to develop guidance and education for researchers on this issue, and also keen to work with groups in the broader community to understand the type of guidance and resources that they're developing, how we might be able to promote them and highlight them and so on.
Coming from an organization that values transparency as a core mandate, yes, the greater public availability to knowledge about their rights and opportunities in the sector, the better. But everything that can be done should be done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think better training, and I think there's some interesting, I've done some work with the disability community as someone who's disabled myself. And, you know, there's some interesting models of co-producing research, right? That might identify some of those things up front. So I'd also suggest to people, to researchers, to maybe, you know, work with these communities more directly, right? To identify some of those barriers up front when they're, you know, creating their studies, designing some of the protocols and the procedures and these sorts of things, to ensure that, you know, the research process itself is accessible and inclusive, and beyond just sort of the Ontarians with disabilities sort of basic training, you know, like maybe taking things a little bit further to sort of, you know, co-produce and engage in the actual project. So
Great. Thank you so much. We're already over time. No one should ever have allowed me this role, the privilege of moderating, because I could let this go on all day. But I do see we have two excellent privacy and health lawyers standing. So what I'm going to suggest is that you both ask your question, and then the panel responds to both sort of broadly. So go ahead.
Thank you all so much for a wonderful panel. My question's mostly directed to Andrew, but also to everyone. How can we best equip smaller organizations to share the long tail end of data in a way that respects applicable regulations? You know, I think it's fair to say that everybody in this room is probably in the top percentile in terms of regulatory competence. And I agree completely with your statements that the law is an enabler and that the pathways needed are there. But I think those can be difficult to access for organizations that don't either have, you know, the budget or just the established practices of bringing in legal counsel, of bringing in, you know, consultants, experts, or even, you know, hosting ethics committees that have like deeply experienced privacy professionals. And should the change come from the law, or is it about, you know, building that regulatory capacity more broadly?
Very briefly, it's the second. The vast amount of personal health information out in the system is at the contact point between the patient and primary care, local clinics, whatever personal health information held by small practitioners. That is the single most problematic element of what I'm trying to deal with, and to get that outreach and knowledge to people whose lives are spent providing care and providing health services to individuals who don't. I mean, I spend my life thinking about this stuff. I get paid to think about this stuff so that others don't have to. That's an additional burden to small providers. I don't know the answer, but it has to come from a system-wide change. The law can't drive that.
Jeff.
My answer is always very short, which is, you know, if private or family practice wanted to do some accounting, you know, to pay tax, they'd hire an accountant. So they need to start hiring experts or people that know what they're talking about. Even if the doc doesn't have the time to be a privacy officer, they need to hire a privacy officer.
Thanks. Thank you.
Jennifer, quick final question.
All right. It's not built for me. So I thought there were some really interesting comments. Jeff, you talked about how consent is getting more complicated. And I think that's unbelievably true. And Laurie, you also talked about how, and Andrew too talked about how patient engagement is really key here. So one thing I'm really interested as both a lawyer and as someone who's a patient, is if I could go on to my chart and see, hey, here are all the retrospective chart reviews your data has been used in. And I think that brings in patient engagement in a better way. It invites, it gives people more, not control, but information about how their data is being used and how it's been beneficial or not. And even if it doesn't tell them the results, it tells them what the studies are and where they can find. So what are the issues, aside from operational, because I could list the operational.
All right. I just see that there's well over 100 people online joining us today, so it's fantastic to see that support and engagement. So our team will try to answer questions in the chat, and we'll bring some to the room as we have capacity as well. All right, so I hope you've had a bit of a snack, been able to refuel yourselves, made some connections over the brief break. We're going to hop right into our next panel, which is on harmonized language for data sharing. And we have the pleasure of having with us today Susan Marlin, who is the CEO of Clinical Trials Ontario, who will be moderating this session. Susan has been a great friend and supporter of my work in the past. Recently, we've created these templates for different types of data sharing, as I mentioned. And Susan, and as well as Clinical Trials BC, really supported us with that work, particularly in getting support from privacy officers, as well as their community of patients to get feedback on those documents. And they were significantly refined and quite transformed by that feedback. So we really appreciate that. Clinical Trials Ontario obviously plays a meaningful role in the discussion provincially around health data sharing. And so looking forward to having Susan join us and to moderate the panel, and I'll allow her to introduce the speakers. So welcome, Susan.
Hi, everyone. Really glad to be here today. A lot of our work really is around harmonization with regard to the research ethics review process and consents and things. So very happy to be here to support Kelly and everybody's work. So I will introduce our first speaker, but maybe I could ask them all to come up and join us at the table here. Is that okay? I'm just going to really just copy what Kelly did. So I'll ask Alex and Jessica and Anna and Khaled to come up. And as they're coming up, I'll introduce the first speaker, which is Alexander Bernier. Alex is a Montreal-based lawyer, and he's completing his SJD at the University of Toronto Faculty of Law. So he performs research at the intersection of bioethics, health data governance, and AI alignment. Alex also serves or helps numerous Canadian and international research consortia to implement data governance practices. So Alex is here today to discuss legal considerations when sharing open data. So welcome, Alex.
Thank you all so much for being here and for having me. What I'd like to talk about with you, today is how we've arrived at a place where we're able to share research data on basically the same terms across a large number of different jurisdictions, and specifically what the foundational elements of privacy law that actually let that happen are. I think it's important to have this conversation because we're in a place where both researchers tend to describe data privacy law as extremely heterogeneous from one jurisdiction to one another, as difficult to parse, and as bespoke within one particular regulatory context. But at the same time, they seem to arrive upon relatively common data sharing practices from one large-scale data consortium to another. And further, they seem to be able to basically align on the practices and processes that the end users of research data need to implement in order to access pre-existing information. So how did we get here? And what do we mean by common data governance practices? Most large-scale international research consortia use a model of tiered governance in order to share data with end users. What that means is that high-risk or very restrictively consented data is held in controlled access, wherein researchers need to apply for a purpose-specific authorization to repurpose that data for a new research use, whilst very openly consented or very low-risk data tends to end up in an open or registered tier of downstream data access. And this means that it's publicly available on a website that you can simply open, download, and use, or at most you need to create an account and register to use that information, but you don't need to justify your need for that data. Here's a brief elaboration of each one of those tiers, and this is just a diagram that shows the functioning of most data access committees. So essentially, a data access compliance office will perform administrative functions in receiving purpose-specific requests to reuse existing information, and they will pass that request along to an expert interdisciplinary committee that usually involves, similar to an ethics committee, a lawyer, an ethicist, sometimes a community member, and individuals with relevant scientific disciplinary knowledge. And those committees will authorize purpose-specific downstream uses of existing information. From a regulatory standpoint, the source of all contemporary privacy laws are the 1980 OECD Fair Information Practice Principles. And these were developed as a sort of compromise between basically North American and especially US approaches to privacy, which saw privacy rights as being very narrowly circumscribed to specific informational rights that arose in information that was distinctly private, used in settings where an individual had a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in other words, privacy was exceptional, and it related to a narrow core of information that was private to the person. Whereas in the European approach, privacy tended to be framed as a far more general, far broader right that applied to any downstream use of information that related to an individual, wherein people would be protected from the use of information that related to them unless the end user of that data had an exceptional justification to use that information for a new purpose and demonstrated that they did it in a way that respected the rights and interests of that individual. So in other words, in the American context, the right to use information was presumptive, whereas in the EU context, there was a presumptive right to be protected from the use of that information. I think this is best sort of established in looking at this quote from Louis Brandeis, who's the father of American privacy law. He was a Supreme Court judge who wrote an extremely influential law review article, defining the American approach to privacy when he was still a law student. Whereas, if we look at this quote from Alan Weston, written much later, it really captures the European privacy model and really the European conception of privacy, as it's been articulated in laws like the General Data Protection Regulation and the Data Protection Directive that preceded it. So moving to the Canadian context, what does Canadian privacy law look like? Is it the same everywhere? Does it differ across provinces? And what's in those Canadian data privacy laws? So Canadian privacy legislation is basically cut into both federal and provincial bodies of law. So it changes in each province, and a different body of law applies to federal organizations. And also, oops, sorry, I can say that out loud. I don't have my glasses on. Of how much? 3 minutes? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So in the federal context, whereas it's also cut along sectoral lines, meaning that different laws apply in the health sector, in the private sector, and the public sector. And those decisions are intentional, especially the sectoral ones. They reflect that these organizations have different incentive structures. So it's presumed that health sector organizations and public sector organizations have more latitude to use your information because they aren't necessarily in conflict of interest with you. They tend to use it in the best interests of individuals and in the public interest, whereas those assumptions are not necessarily made in the private sector context. So the private sector legislation tends to narrowly circumscribe the circumstances according to which you can reuse information. You basically almost always need an individual's consent or one of a number of small other justifications. in using the information, you need to keep records of how you use it, and you also need to show that you're using as little information as possible about an individual, and that you're circumscribing the ways in which you use it. Lastly, you need to show yourself transparent, so you need to tell people how you're affecting their rights and interests, and give them means of, basically of contesting that and of exercising their rights if they feel like their information is being used improperly. I'll briefly close on the distinctions between the public sector and the health sector. The substantive compliance requirements in each of these settings are much the same as in the private sector context, but public sector organizations have very broad powers to collect and reuse information for any purpose that's in the public interest. In the health sector, it's a little bit of a mixed beast. These organizations have a long list of, justifications that they can use in order to collect or reuse information. So these include providing clinical care, doing quality assurance, of course, performing research, and also certain public health activities as well as policy making, but they're very limited in how they can share it across multiple different organizations. And this is really the note that I'll close on and sort of the driving pitch of this entire talk. Research is different. Research is different in the sense that all laws recognize that researchers can reuse information according to basically common purposes of reuse, and that the requirements applicable to them are to have an ethics approval in place, to have the authorization of their custodian, and to obtain either the informed consent or an ethics waiver of consent from an individual. And this gives research organizations a lot of power to align on common practices in reusing information. And finally, to trust their ethics committees to collaborate with them in defining practicable governance controls that can be used to develop common health databases for research purposes across the wide Canadian landscape. The last note I'll make on that is I think this is guidance that could go to regulators and also that could go to government actors in figuring out how to redefine and change privacy legislation. There's a lot of power in deferring to ethics committees in the sense that it creates regulatory capacity within organizations that otherwise don't necessarily have the resources needed to constantly have their privacy professionals engaging with local researchers. And it holds researchers accountable to an organization that they're accustomed to interacting with and accustomed to engaging with. So thank you all for listening. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm excited to hear your questions after the talk.
So our next speaker is Jessica Edmonds. Jessica is a data governance and education specialist in the Meta Research and Open Science program at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. She works collaboratively with the Brain Heart Interconnectome data portal team to develop Archimedes, and you've heard about both of those entities earlier today. Jessica also leads the development of data sharing consent templates for research ethics boards. She's worked with patients and caregivers and privacy professionals to address different types of data sharing and promote open science and best practices. So today, Jessica will speak about the development process and description of data sharing tools. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Susan. Hello, my name is Jessica. As Susan mentioned, I'm the Data Governance and Education Specialist and a team member of the Meta Research and Open Science program here at the Heart Institute. I'm going to be speaking about developing harmonized data sharing language for consent templates to foster open science. When a patient decides to take part in a study, they typically receive a consent form with one section of the form dealing with data sharing. Data sharing consent form sections provide patients with clear and understandable information on how their data will be used, which fosters trust and promotes active engagement in research. The status quo for most health research right now is that it does not get shared beyond the research team or their collaborators. Patients want their data to be shared to optimize to achieve improvements for fellow patients. Provided with adequate security safety guards that are in place, most patients are willing to share their data for a wide range of uses. The movement of open science promotes transparency, accessibility, and inclusivity of research. Part of this involves making research data and study materials available for others to use. Open science aims to ensure the ability to enhance collaboration and to innovate and accelerate scientific progress in research. Not all research can be shared, as open as possible, as closed as necessary. There can be many reasons researchers are not sharing their data, including researchers not obtaining formal open science training. Researchers have said that they would benefit from institutional support on how to perform open science practices and having explicit, informed consent for secondary research use. With the policy change of the Canadian Tri-Agency Management Policy, it aims to foster a change towards more transparent data management and ensuring data from funded research is deposited for downstream use. A key actor in this shift for data sharing in biomedicine will be research ethics boards. REBs are an important front-end participant that support obtaining consent for data sharing it openly. REBs serve to protect the rights and well-being of research participants and ensure institutions comply with the RDM best practices and conduct research according to the highest ethical standards. To foster discussion, shared learning, and resource sharing efficiently with the Canadian REB community, our team from the Meta Research and Open Science program at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute have developed templates for consent for REBs for data sharing. The templates were adapted from the consent template at the Ottawa Health Science Network Research Ethics Board. They were developed for use in 4 different scenarios of clinical study data to be shared. The first scenario is sharing anonymous or de-identified data in an open access database, also in a controlled access database, and there's language to obtain retrospective consent from study participants to deposit previous study data in an open access database and previous study data in a controlled access database. To respond to the changing national RDM landscape, the REB community will need to maintain open channel of communication in order to respond proactively to challenges as data deposit is implemented. We created these data sharing consent templates for a few reasons. Firstly, we wanted to support researchers who are looking to share their data but may encounter barriers with their ethics boards or who have not traditionally had to navigate open data or data deposits. Secondly, we felt a standardized approach to consent for data sharing would streamline and create greater coordination later for downstream data deposit or sharing. In the data sharing consent templates review process, we obtained legal and bioethical consultation on the drafted templates. In striving to produce pan-Canadian consent templates, our legal team included lawyers from different jurisdictions and specialized in bioethics, data governance, and health research. After revision, we conducted facilitated focus group sessions with 2 groups. The first focus group session was with research ethics board members and privacy experts, with participants recruited from sharing within networks at the Canadian Association of Research Ethics Boards, CARIB, and the Secretariat of Responsible Conduct of Research. The second focus group sessions were with patients and caregivers recruited from sharing in networks at Clinical Trials Ontario and Clinical Trials British Columbia. Patients provided valuable feedback on the clarity, readability, structure, and foreseeable challenges and discussed additional information to help participants to understand the data sharing consent templates. It was critical to discuss with people from different provinces in Canada with who consent templates are a part of the community and may use these data sharing consent templates. We analyzed interview transcripts and data was tabulated through identified themes and was shared with the legal team to ensure that themes and exemplar quotes were fully analyzed and relevant. Participants in both focus group sessions agreed to improve the wording and the use of data and recontacting for the retrospective consent forms, expand the description of the section on risk and benefits, and reduce the length of the templates to simplify language for comprehension. We integrated these changes and sections were clarified on data storage for researchers to integrate details, and a summary section was added for participants. We revised these data sharing consent templates based on participants' feedback and completed a finalized legal review. The data sharing consent templates are available publicly on the Meta Research and Open Science Hub website. The QR code here also links to the website, and we can share the link in the chat as well. The 4 templates include an instructional page for researchers on how to use and modify the templates for its language to be integrated into a main informed consent that authorizes the intended research. These templates cover future use of research, how data will be used and disseminated. The research may be about similar diseases or conditions in this study or other types of data. The templates can also be adapted to any institutional template. Each template describes terms relevant to the form for both the researcher and participant, including terms of coded, open access, and controlled access. Our standardized approach for consent for open and controlled access data sharing will help to streamline and create greater coordination for downstream data deposit or sharing, while ensure that participants have the opportunity to give their free and informed consent in support of open science practices. The data sharing consent templates will be promoted and shared with Canadian universities and colleges, hospitals, institutions, and organizations. Next steps include developing data sharing consent templates for registered access, informed consent templates for adults incapable of consenting, and pediatric population informed consent. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Dr. Khaled. It's Dr. Anna Katerina Armond. So Anna is a postdoctoral fellow at the Meta Research and Open Science Center at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. Her current research focuses on advancing best practices in research data management and sharing those within biomedicine. Dr. Armond has led and contributed to international projects in meta research, open science, and research ethics and integrity. She is also a co-founder of the Embassy of Good Science platform, dedicated to fostering ethical and responsible research practices. So welcome, Dr. Armond.
Thank you so much, Susan. I'm excited to be here. So good morning for everyone. Let me just figure out how to, oh, yeah, there it is. So my name is Ana Catarina Armond, and today I'll be talking about data sharing and IRB processes from the perspective of a researcher. So let's start thinking about why data sharing matters. So we can say that data sharing can be justified from the scientific, economic, and ethical grounds. So scientifically, for example, data sharing allows researchers to compare and combine data from different studies, aggregate data from meta-analysis, re-examine, verify, or even correct previous conclusions, and test new hypotheses. So this all leads us to more reproducible research and verifiable research, improving the quality of evidence and building public trust in science. Economically, we can say that data sharing maximizes research impact. It draws more value from the original research investment, and it also helps avoid unnecessary duplications and also reducing costs and participant burden. When we think about ethically, sharing data allows researchers to increase the utility of the data provided by participants and value their contribution, while it's also argued that if access to health and healthcare is a basic human right, access to the data that will improve this health is a fundamental right as well. And we can see here that research has shown that research participants are supportive of data sharing, even when there is a risk of re-identification. So this is one study, for example, assessing clinical trial participants in where the majority of the participants said that they are somehow or somewhat likely or very likely to share their own data. And we can add some other motivations for researchers here. So for example, personally, we can say that sharing data leads researchers to more collaboration opportunities and more visibility and citation. And of course, we are also compliant with funder and journal requirements. So as we move more to toward this new norm of where data sharing is expected, it's important to have a collaboration between all these players and making sure that we are sharing data effectively. In the recent years, we saw a global push towards data sharing, and with funders creating and implementing policies to mandate it. Here are a few examples. We have the tri-agency with the data deposit policy, but we also have NIH, the UK Medical Research Council, Wellcome Trust, and many other funders. In fact, we recently concluded a scoping review, understanding the expectations of funders for data sharing and data management plan submission expectations. And we identify or we screen the top biomedical funders around the world. And we found not all of them had policies around that. But for those who did, 92% had data sharing expectations, while 77% had data management and sharing plans expectations. And journals and publishers are also an important player here, and they also have to be accountable and making sure that they are re-emphasizing the data sharing requirements. We have some groups here that have been like leading this movement, but there has been even a bigger push for journals to be more accountable in the process of reinforcing or fostering data sharing. However, we know that policies alone do not guarantee effective data sharing or implementation of those policies. So as we can see here in this research, scientists are not sharing data, not even when they reported the intention of like sharing. For example, this study here, they collected, they assessed data sharing statements where researchers said that they were, they could share data upon request. And as we can see here, they reached out to 1,700 authors, for example, and only from 120, they were able to retrieve data sets. So even when they report having this intention, we are not sharing data. And when they were asked for the reasons of not sharing data, I want to highlight some of the reasons here. And they include mostly issues around informed consent, issues around their the ethical board not allowing them to share data, some issues around privacy concerns and de-identification. And so we can also see here in this other research that our research group had conducted, we found similar results where researchers have reported not knowing how to prepare data to be shared. And they also had problems related to the ethical board and not having research consent form specifying data sharing. So we could list several other factors here that avoid or has been somehow as a barriers for implementing data sharing, but I want to focus on those that intersect with REB processes. And the problem with the policies, as we can see here, is that they largely overlook these challenges. For example, gaps in knowledge, lack of training, and lack of infrastructure to effectively implement these policies. So here is a list that includes some of the gaps researchers often report having problems when navigating data sharing. And those include some issues around informed consent, privacy and confidentiality, especially on de-identification, risk assessment, data stewardship and control, and data management and sharing plans and data deposit. And these gaps, they extend beyond the researcher's perspective. We know that some REB members, they also reported having the lack of training and not having the technical knowledge to support some of these implementations, especially around these new policies. And those, for example, include not understanding or not knowing how to assess the data management and sharing plans from ethical submissions. So to ensure that we are effectively implementing these policies, it's important to combine all these players and making sure that we are collaborating, right? So we have to think about how researchers and REB can work together. The key here is to balance openness with ethical safeguards. And here we can think about some key strategies. Those include developing clear guidelines around, especially on the identification and data access controls, including data sharing in the REB workflow, for example, including data management and sharing plans in the ethics application, having an ongoing dialogue, establishing this dialogue with REBs, understanding their data sharing expectations, and also having a shared understanding about what are the risks and benefits of data sharing. Also having the standard consent form. So luckily we had some initiatives that are helping us here, as Jessica presented. Having infrastructure support to navigate institutional data repositories, and also thinking about promoting post-approval monitoring to follow ethical and legal commitments. Of course, we don't want to add burdens to REB. We know that they are already super busy, and this is a shared responsibility. So we have to make sure that funders and institutions are also providing guidance, guidelines, and providing this training for researchers and REBs. And our idea here is that by collaborating from the design of the study with REBs, we can maybe think about implementing a better or ensuring a better responsible data sharing. And I think this event today is a good start for us. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Anna. So we're on to our final speaker in this panel, who is Dr. Khaled Eman. He's the Canada Research Chair in Medical AI at the University of Ottawa, where he is a professor in the School of Epidemiology and Public Health. He is also a senior scientist at CHIO and director of the Multidisciplinary Electronic Health Information Lab. Khaled has recently taken up the post of Scholar in Residence at the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, and he will discuss data de-identification, and it's more exciting than it sounds, I promise you.
Yeah, I don't know what the level of excitement, but hopefully informative. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'll just basically over the next 8 minutes give you a brief tutorial or overview of de-identification and highlight some of the key principles behind it. It's a topic that came up a few times already today, so it's good to have a more detailed understanding of the topic. In this area, terminology is very confusing. Different jurisdictions use different terms. So for the purpose of my presentation today, I'm using Ontario terminology, which may not be consistent with terms used in other jurisdictions. So there are many guidelines and standards that exist for de-identification. This is not a new topic. There's some Canadian ones, some from the US. There's an international standard on de-identification, which was published a couple of years ago, which is very good. I want to highlight the Ontario one, which is the third one in the top row. Third one? Yeah, third one in the top row. This was published in 2016, and we're in the process now of updating that. And the current plan is to have an updated version of this de-identification guidelines document in the summer of this year. So something to look forward to. But it is, and it will be consistent with existing guidelines and standards that have already been published by other organizations around the world. So just some basic principles around identifiability and de-identification. So the main purpose of de-identification is to be able to claim that the de-identified information or de-identified data is no longer personal information. And when it's no longer personal information, you have more flexibility in terms of how you can process that information. You can use it for secondary purposes that were not anticipated when the data was collected, for example, because it's no longer treated as personal information. And most privacy laws do not regulate, at least directly, non-personal information. So it gives you a bit more flexibility. To become non-personal information, you essentially have to de-identify the data until the risk is below a threshold. So we call this the identifiability threshold. And the identifiability threshold is essentially a risk value. It's a probability of re-identification or of re-identifying a person, and it's not zero. So the idea that you will achieve zero risk is not a practical standard. It's not a practical objective that can be met. So there's always going to be some residual risk. The objective is to ensure that this residual risk is very low and generally acceptable by society. There are a lot of precedents that have been established for what this acceptable risk should be. Precedents established by Health Canada, by the ISO International Standard, by European Medicines Agency, and so on. So there are a number of precedents that one can rely on to determine what that threshold should be. Coded data or pseudonymized data is generally considered as identifiable or as personal information. So coded data or pseudonymized data is still personal information. It still has to meet all the requirements in the law around the processing of personal information. But when you cross the threshold, then it becomes non-personal information, but coded data is not yet non-personal information. You have to do more to make it non-personal information. So for example, a lot of times, you see clinical trial data sets. So that's coded information. It's not de-identified, for example. And then also it's important to make a distinction between public and non-public data release. So for non-public data release, which is the more complicated scenario, you have two things to consider: your data vulnerability, essentially how easy it is to determine the identity of a person from the data set, and then the likelihood of an attack. So a likelihood of someone actually attempting to re-identify the data. So data vulnerability multiplied by likelihood of attack, two numbers, two probabilities, you multiply them together and you get your risk value. So this is essentially a conditional probability. And that gives you the overall risk. And that's the overall risk you want to make sure is below your threshold. And the likelihood of attack depends on two things: the controls, security controls, privacy controls, and contractual controls you have in place. So let me just explain that a little bit. If you have a data set and you've made some changes to it, you've removed all the names, you've generalized the date of birth to the year of birth, you've truncated the postal code to the first three characters of the postal code, and maybe done a few other things to that data set. Even if you do that, there may be some residual risk, and you manage that residual risk by implementing security, privacy, and contractual controls. So the data recipient who receives the data would have an obligation to implement additional controls to secure the data, access controls, encrypt the data during transfer, train people who are going to be processing the data on privacy, etc. And then contractual controls as well. So you'll have an agreement with the data recipient, and there's certain conditions on that agreement. So this in the IPC guidance that I just mentioned, at least in the current draft that's going through review, there are many checklists to help organizations determine what these controls should be. So hopefully make it a lot easier. The other principle is that there's a trade-off between privacy and utility. So again, this was mentioned earlier today. So the more you transform the data, the lower the data utility. So you really should, you really have to balance these two things. And this is why this model is practical. And because for non-public data release, you can transform the data a little bit, but then you can manage the residual risk through controls, which is really important. So if you, so the combination of those will ensure that the risk is very small, but you don't have to rely on data transformations only, because in the case of public data, you don't have controls. and you have to rely on data transformations only. So this is why public data tends to be, you can't have complex public data, or it's very hard to have complex public data and argue that it's de-identified, because you end up having to apply a lot of transformations, and when you apply a lot of transformations, you lose data utility. But for non-public data, you can apply a little bit of transformations and then manage residual risk through controls. So the overall risk is a combination of those two factors. And then just some basic de-identification principles that I think are important to highlight. So under PHIPAA, this is Ontario Health Privacy Law, the act of de-identification does not require consent, because de-identification is considered to be a permitted use, which is really important. It's not explicit or as explicit in other statutes, but under PHIPAA, it's explicit. So the act of de-identification doesn't require consent. And the other important point is the risk of identification is evaluated from the perspective of the recipient. Again, very important. So if I'm giving a data set to person A, there may be a certain risk profile. If I'm giving the data set to person B, there may be a different risk profile for the same data set. So that's another important consideration, which actually makes it very flexible and makes it easier to manage risk. And then de-identification has a period of validity. So if you de-identify data, typically it's, say, 2 years. Then you have to revisit the assumptions and reevaluate the risk. So de-identified data is not de-identified forever. You have to revisit the assumptions and reevaluate the risk on a regular basis to ensure that it remains de-identified, and that the risk profile, the environment, the technology, the data users, the data recipient, they're all following the same the controls and the conditions, etc., to ensure that the risk profile hasn't changed. And another important thing is when you link data sets, the risk profile changes. Oftentimes, when you link data sets, the risk increases. So a data set can be de-identified, data set A can be de-identified, data set B can be de-identified, but when you put them together, the combined A and B may not be de-identified anymore. So you have to keep in mind that linking changes the risk profile. And then the final thing I'll highlight is I'll just make a plug for Canon. Canon is the Canadian Anonymization Network, so it's a nonprofit organization that's been around for a few years now, providing information and providing feedback to legislators on new regulations or laws that affect the identification. But the point I want to raise is that we are now starting to organize training courses through Canon. This one is actually full, so you can't actually go to this one. But we're planning to organize a few more in the coming few months. So if you're interested in this topic, keep an eye out on the Canon website, and we organize these courses in Toronto. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Khaled. So now we do have time for questions. So please make your way to a microphone if you have any questions. And I know we'll be monitoring the questions online as well.
Well, thank you so much for the fascinating talks. I really could present you with a number of questions because I thought they were so interesting. Issues of language are important. And working in open science over the past few years, I've seen how terms related to open science change. I think that probably 10 years ago, the term open data was much more prevalently used than it is today. That was kind of associated with images of data waves and the data ocean, where data would flow wherever the winds took it and so on. And I think largely that is becoming kind of supplanted by terms like were mentioned in the slide, or phrases like as open as possible, as closed or controlled as necessary, and so on. But the phrase open data always kind of presented challenges to funders because researchers were worried about it. Not only health researchers, but political scientists, criminologists, and so on, who are dealing with sensitive data, even though it's not health related. And so, in talking about consent and dealing with researchers and so on, there are various kind of terms that are being used on the consent forms or when you're communicating with researchers, like open data, data sharing, data access. You could use others like data availability for reuse, and they all kind of can land a little bit differently. And I'm wondering, when you're kind of working with researchers and patients to develop these forms and so on, do you find that they're reacting differently to the type of language that you're using, whether it's open data or data sharing, data access, and so on? Or do they just seem to kind of assume that it all means the same thing and they're either equally problematic or not problematic?
Oh, there we go. Okay, brilliant. So yeah, a really quick comment on language would be that one saving grace of a lot of the linguistic differences that you'll see in the legal world is that the bioethics world is, relatively harmonized in the way it uses language. So yeah, just really quickly, language in the bioethics world is fairly standardized in how it's used. In the Canadian context, the Tri-Council policy statement is shared across Canada, and generally speaking, bioethics standards predate data privacy law, and they actually just cropped up organically as organizations realized it would be useful to have ethics committees, and people started to come up with, going back to the Nuremberg Code, going back to the Belmont Principles, they just started to, organically adopt these practices. So because this is its own discipline where, language tends to be pretty well, common to that discipline, there is a lot of standardization. I do think the one place where there's a lot of people using very similar language to mean different things is exactly where you raised it, the use of the term open. And I think that in the last 5 to 7 years, let's say, people use terms like controlled and registered and so forth to mean open, in the sense that what people were calling open 10 years ago is now, defined by a number of different terms. And I think that that's one place where, in communicating this to ethics committees, in communicating this to research participants, it's not just about the dead letter of the text that you're going to put in your informed consent process. It's about all of the other steps that you're going to take, whether it means sitting down with your ethics committees and giving them very tangible examples of what you're going to do, whether it means building a more complicated informed consent process that involves video supplements and a very long-term conversation of what you're going to do with data. I think a lot of the onus is not on the language, it's on all the other supporting processes that underlie your strategy. And the last thing I'll say to that is, if you look at the human the Personal Genome Project, they are sharing full, raw, human, genome sequence data completely openly. It's somewhat controversial, I suppose, but a lot of the governance that went into that was in sitting down with research participants and making them take 30, 40 more minutes of very tailored governance presentations so that they understood exactly what risks they were taking on in sharing their data. So in other words, it wasn't just about nomenclature, it was about translating risks to people.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks you, Jeremy, for the question. I'll just add about the development of the data sharing consent templates is defining these terms and having that information in the consent templates was something that came up in both the facilitated focus group sessions with the privacy experts and with the patients and caregivers, having these terms defined and know what they mean in both the summary section and the actual form for both the researchers and participants who will read and use this form. So it was really important to have those definitions in the form for coded data, open access and controlled access. So definitely something that came up in the development of those projects.
Okay, that's great. So next question.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot just by listening to each of you speak. So thanks so much for that. Kind of building off what Khaled was mentioning, it seems to me that data is kind of like a living, breathing thing, right? That changes depending on how it's being used and that sort of thing. So kind of going back, like as much as I, can appreciate some of the work on the informed consent processes, would you as a group or individually have any ideas about what that might mean for consent and for knowing how your data might be used? And do we need to kind of maybe focus on different aspects of the process or the system as it's built today to kind of make sure that people really understand what they're sharing and for what purpose and that sort of thing. So anyways, thought I'd...
So I think when communicating to individuals about how their data will be used, it has to be presented as risk management, and you have to convince or present the case that you have good risk management practices in place. Because as you said, it's living, it's breathing, the risk profile will change over time by things that you control and things that you don't control. And therefore, if you have a good risk management process in place, then you can provide assurances to the individuals in the consent or during the consent process that it's the risks for them are very low. You cannot guarantee or promise zero risk because that's an unreasonable statement to make, but you can ensure that the risks to them from the data can be very low because you have this good risk management process in place. And that's really all you can do. You have to make sure it's clear and so on, and you can provide more information about the risk management practices used. How well individuals understand that or not will vary, but really that's all you can do. But you have to make sure that these practices are in place and that they're maintained in place over time. Yeah, that's all you can really do. But it's not bad, it works. I mean, not to say that this is a poor substitute for something better. It works, it's a good process, it's reliable. If we all did that today, we'd be in such a better place because we'd have access to data and the data will be used and shared responsibly. So that's a really good target to aim for, because if we ever get there, or when we get there, we'll all be much better off. We're not quite there yet.
Maybe I can add just from the researcher perspective here, especially as an early career researcher. As I showed there, we are not even sharing data, right? From one point of view. And I think thinking that we would have to revisit the data sets that we have shared because of this evolving risk assessment, I think this is very far from what people are doing currently. And I just want to highlight that this is definitely a training that all researchers would need to properly address that. We have like a big name here, someone who is very expert, and we are lucky to have him around. But I think in most institutions, we wouldn't have someone to guide us in how to address these issues.
Okay, so I'm just looking at time, and I know we have a few questions online. Maybe one more from the floor, and then we'll move to the questions online.
Hello. Thank you to all the panel, and thank you for this enriching experience. I have a two-part question. So the first part is in the stakeholders that you mentioned that we share our data with, I do not see any mention of any big pharma. So are they a part of stakeholders that we do share our data with, or are they not represented here? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, suppose we give out our data for sharing, and it's a lot of study goes into it, and it gets enriched. We have a bunch of models running off it. Now, suppose we want to take it back and enrich our data set. So how do we take a de-identified data and tie it back to the one that we had? Because we have already removed, as you mentioned, the linkages. Is there a proper way to do the linkages again so that we get a better version of our shared data back?
I missed.
So like all the big pharmas, so yeah.
Two really quick comments on this. I'll start with the second one because I think that's possibly the most interesting and contentious one. So for derived data sets, if you're a recipient of data, so you're not the person who originally generated it, it's quite commonplace for consortia to either allow or even require people to play with the data, change it up a little bit, and then give it back. And generally when it's provided without identifiers, there's no strong reason to think that the data that you get back is going to be more identifiable than the data that you handed over. And in any case, you can use contracts and policies and so forth to bound that risk. The more interesting question there is, well, what about just performing linkage of data across different basically individuals who are contributing to, say, different studies that are being then fed to a common central infrastructure? Can we do, basically privacy preserving record linkage? How does privacy preserving record linkage interface with privacy law? And I think this is an untested question, whether you can still consider data that an upstream data controller, to use the European term, is collecting, whether they can, link that data internally, they can create privacy preserving record linkage, and then onward share that data with end users and describe it as non-identifiable, either in their own hands or even in the hands of the end user. The one thing I will say is that I do think that so long as you're transparent to individuals that you're collecting data and that you're going to link it, A, and that B, that you as the central recipient, the custodian, whatever you want to call it, don't have mechanisms to go, even though you're able to tell that multiple data sets come back from the same person, you're not able to go back to the individual and find who they are. I think that there's a pretty strong case for being made that that data is non-identifiable, and the recent decision, Cadillac Fairview, there's a recent, regulatory decision that strongly substantiates that position. I think really the devil is in the design of what your GUID system is, and how, again, going back to Khaled's earlier comment, the governance, the contractual pieces, the incentive pieces, not just the identification mechanism, how you can make the case that you're not significant, there's not a serious or significant risk of you being able to re-identify that individual. So those would be my thoughts, but really I'd turn to Khaled on this issue because he's the expert.
So on your first point about pharma stakeholders, I mean, the risk management process really shouldn't matter who you're giving the data to. It's all, you ask the same questions and then you determine the risk based on the answers, irrespective of who the data recipient is. I think the issue is the point that was raised earlier about patients, let's say, reduced enthusiasm about sharing their data with for profit purposes or with pharma. So that's I think the main consideration. But from a process perspective, there's no real reason why you can't do risk management for pharmaceutical companies to use their data. I would even argue that the fear of liability increases the likelihood that these organizations are going to try to manage the data more strongly or take the risk very seriously because they just have a lot of lawyers on staff to scrutinize things that happen. From the re-identification perspective, I mean, you can always add kind of random pseudonyms to a data set. And then as long as you have a protocol and you have the appropriate consents and the appropriate processes in place, you can, in principle, re-identify the data sets again by either reversing these pseudonyms or having a lookup table that's stored and managed appropriately. So there's a whole process around re-identification. It's very hard to do after the fact. It has to be pre-planned and decided upon a priori. But if you do that and you put all the controls and checks and balances in place, then that's doable. And the pseudonyms you embed in the data can be secure so that they cannot be used to re-identify, but that can be used for re-identify, by an attack, but useful to identify when it's a deliberate decision made by the data controller.
Yeah, makes sense to have the process built in before sharing the data so that we can use it to re-identify if needed. Thank you.
Yeah, but that has to be a very deliberate decision and with lots of controls around it. Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, I just have a couple of questions online. This is for Alex. Could you elaborate on the provincial laws in the health sector, public sector, and private sector? There was mention of federal laws, but wondering if there's any provincial laws that are relevant.
Okay, so really quickly, there are upwards of 30 just pure privacy statutes in Canada without even getting into the weeds of, specific statutes that create particular privileges. And that sounds like a lot, but in reality, all of the public sector, private sector, and health sector statutes are basically very, very similar to one another. And there's one one in each province. And then at the federal level, there's also a private sector statute and a public sector statute. And so most organizations just need to figure out which one and sometimes two of these laws most apply to them and ensure compliance with that one. And the general rule in, how do these laws differ from each other is that all of the compliance obligations are nearly identical. The things you need to do, the kinds of records you need to maintain, how you need to show yourself transparent in the use of the data, how you need to be responsive to public inquiries about, how you're using information and respecting rights and so forth. The big pillar of difference is the purposes to which you can collect, use, and disclose data. And in the private sector, you're really looking at, it's almost always consent with a few other limited elements. In the public sector, it's really, a broad discretion to do anything that's necessary for an existing government program. So a broad, I don't want to say blanket, but a relatively broad discretion. And in the health sector, there are, 6 or 8 or so enumerated bases, and the classics are things like treatment, quality assurance, some public health activities, some systems level planning. They differ a little bit law to law, but there's a whole bunch of heads of research, of data use, with the broad caveat that outside research, it's very hard to disclose that information to other organizations. The justifications for disclosure are narrower. So that's basically the structure in the Canadian setting.
Another question online, this is for Jessica. You mentioned one of your next steps is developing language for pediatric populations for the consent forms. Do you envision that the language around data sharing will need to change significantly for this population?
I'm not sure. I would imagine it would have to change, of course. Might be best for Alex to answer this question as well, but yeah.
I'll say really quickly is in a pediatric setting, you need an assent form, you need to frame language differently, and you also need to figure out who the correct decision maker is. So, you need to think about both mature minors or people who have the ability to decide on their own versus places where you receive parental consent and then child assent. So that's the big difference. It's also more controversial to put children's data completely, in open access or in registered access without additional safeguards. But I don't think it's impermissible from a regulatory standpoint. And so that's really a decision for researchers to make in deciding which data they feel is most appropriate to share completely openly.
I think we have time for just one more question. How do we address, this is for the panel, how do we address the issue of being able to share our research data via sharing agreements with other researchers outside of our institution and with journals as per CIHR policies, but not within our own institute for initiatives such as our committees?
I don't know why you wouldn't want or wouldn't be able to share it internally within your own institute. I mean, for sharing data with journals and so on, I think, as I mentioned before, for highly complex data sets, to de-identify them for open data is really challenging and still maintaining the data utility. So one approach to solve that problem is to create synthetic data and then share the synthetic data sets instead of real data, and then you can share quite complex synthetic data sets with, publicly as open data with journals and so on. So that's one solution to that problem. But I don't see any fundamental reason why some of those approaches cannot be used to share data internally within the institute as well. Yeah, it's not clear why there would be an obstacle there.
Well, thank you so much to all members of our panel, and thanks to all of you for paying such great attention and for all of the terrific questions. So now we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back at 12:45. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to get started introducing the leader of our next session, and that is Patrick Bermudez. So Patrick obtained his PhD in cognitive neuroscience at the MNI, the Neuro and McGill University, and he worked on auditory cognition, music cognition, auditory working memory, training, and brain plasticity. But what we know Patrick best from is his leadership role in the Canadian Open Neuroscience Platform, CONP. and he serves its mandate to reduce barriers to the practice of open science among neuroscientists in Canada. So if you haven't checked out SUNP, it would be a great resource. They've got a lot of toolkits on ethics and data governance materials as well that are a great resource. But for now, I'll hand it over to Patrick, and really looking forward to this very interactive session.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this postprandial session. I hope you've all had a good moment to interact and follow up on all the issues that have been coming up. And I think a good part of what we're going to do in this session is try to concretize and translate much of what we've been talking about during the day, which we seem to agree on the objectives. We seem to agree on the principles. We seem to agree on the endpoints that we want to achieve. Generally speaking, just to say it in one single sentence, it would be the improvement of the quality and acceleration of the pace of science, of course, with the ultimate objective of translating that to the clinic and to patient care. Now, how, right? So there obviously is a lot of how already in place. Many tools exist around the world, but for several of the constituencies and the stakeholders we've been discussing today, there's plenty of work to be done still. And so that's what this session is about, is to try to identify some of the key factors that take us from the common agreement and understanding over into implementation, whether it's for researchers or for the various underserved communities with which we want to improve our contact, many different constituencies. So that's what that is about. And we're going to do this in a so-called fishbowl session. What this really means is that we want to involve you as much as possible. It's very pleasing to see how many of you have turned out in person, and apparently there are loads of people online. So hello to everyone in Zoom land, or is it Teams land today? Well, anyway, there's a sizable contingent out online as well, and we'll be gathering questions from you online. And from you in person, you can not only just prepare your questions as you have throughout the day, but you can come join us up here alongside our panelists, whom we're going to invite right now. So I invite to the stage Anne-Marie Julien. Anne-Marie, please come take a place. I'll introduce them properly in turn. So Anne-Marie is a former executive in the federal public service with notable volunteer experiences in healthcare settings. She has experience in policy development, program design, and operational delivery, and spent some time leading teams in strategic human resources and communications. As a volunteer with the University of Ottawa Heart Institute, Anne-Marie is a peer support group leader for the Women at Heart Peer Support Group program, co-chair of the Patient Partnership Council, and organizes and moderates HeartWise webinars targeted to patients. Welcome, Anne-Marie. And I now also invite Dr. James Robley to the stage. Dr. Robley is a cardiac anesthesiologist at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute and a member of active attending staff at the Ottawa Civic Hospital. He was division head of cardiac anesthesiology and critical care medicine between 1996 and 2011, and has served as the chair of several committees, including the Board of Governors at the Algonquin College and the Physician Advisory Committee. Welcome, Dr. Robley. Jennifer Cox, come on up. Jennifer Cox is legal counsel and manager of research contracts at the Ottawa Hospital Research Institute, in which capacity she advises on matters related to privacy, contracts, research ethics, and various other research-related issues. She leads OHRI's legal team in finding contractual solutions and practical approaches to privacy matters. She co-chairs the Pan-Canadian Accelerating Clinical Trials Contracts Working Group. There's a bit of a mouthful. And recently led the Pan-Canadian Governing Data and Sample Sharing Agreement to streamline data biological sample transfers across Canada. Can we streamline the names perhaps in an upcoming session? Welcome, Jennifer. Caitlin Fowler. Welcome, Caitlin. Caitlin is a senior analyst in the University of Ottawa's Research Security Directorate. Her primary role is to design resources, host workshops, and perform due diligence analyses to support researchers in meeting research security requirements for funding applications. Prior to her time at University of Ottawa, Caitlin managed the research portfolio at the Ottawa-based nonprofit organization Evidence for Democracy, excuse me, and also spent time in the private sector at AI startup BenchSci. Caitlin holds a PhD in biological and biomedical engineering from McGill University. Welcome. And now let's welcome Kehinde Amtabi. Kehinde? Kehinde is a first-generation settler on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of Métis and Saskatoon. He serves as a research manager with Mitawekan, at the College of Medicine, University of Saskatchewan, where he facilitates research projects and supports teams of community researchers. His work focuses on employing indigenous methodologies and to enhance health outcomes for Indigenous communities across Canada. Kehinde's research interests center on community-based participatory research, exploring health inequities impacting equity-deserving groups, including Indigenous communities, African, Caribbean, Black populations, and New Canadians. Welcome. And finally, Dr. Charles Weir. There you are. Keen and in place already. Charles is a bioethicist and internationally recognized expert in research ethics. His publications on the duty of care in clinical research, the ethical analysis of study benefits and harms, and empowering communities in research have been broadly influential. He led the writing team for the World Health Organization's guidance on ethical considerations for health policy and systems research, and served on the WHO's working group for guidance on human challenge studies in COVID-19 in 2020. His current work explores the ethics of cluster randomized trials with a focus on ethical challenges raised by step, wedge, and crossover designs. Welcome, Charles. And there's our panel. And as we said, we're going to invite you to participate as much as possible. But to begin with, we'll get around in just to sort of set the stage and some of the questions that we think are relevant from the different perspectives that our panelists have, given their widely varying expertise. And why not kick it off with Jennifer Cox. You've highlighted given your background, the fact that we need sort of a chain of essential elements that precedes data sharing. And these include data management plans and carefully crafted consent language, several of the things that we've been talking about today. What would you include in our toolkits and our ways of translating this into the world to effectively guide researchers in establishing these foundations so that by the time we get to the sharing stage, we're in good shape to do it?
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. So one thing I really emphasize with informed consent forms or REB submissions at all, or any proposals on which you're basing your future project, is that especially when we get into the consents in the REB, you're writing terms that become legally enforceable. I often describe this as saying you're writing law, and people go, oh my goodness, what? But you're writing terms that become legally enforceable. So if there's a question of whether or not you're allowed to do something, it goes back to these origin documents that you've created. The informed consent probably being the most important of them. When I think about informed consent, there's a few things I look out for. I never like to see the words de-identified or coded in an informed consent. I prefer to see what people are doing. So we're taking your name, or we're taking your information and removing your name and any information that directly identifies you. I like to see any removals of promises about how identifiable it will be. Sometimes we'll see your identity will remain confidential. Are we sure about that? Like, I mean, we just heard earlier about how when we use AI, the chances of things that could become re-identifiable increases. And now we've made promises that it will never, their identity will remain confidential. So I would remove all that out and use plain language. We're going to take it, like I said, we're going to take your data, we're going to remove your name and your directly identifiable information, and then make no promises beyond that. Or make promises that describe what you're doing. And then you have really clear direction. You've put it in language that people can understand, and you actually shorten it quite a lot. So that's what I'd like to see. The other really important thing to remember is when we develop templates, and I think templates are huge and they're a critical resource, and I applaud all the work with that. But when study teams actually go to create their templates, I see them just plug and play without thinking if it's factually correct. If you're taking OHIP numbers and connecting it through ICES, that's not de-identified. And in no world is that de-identified. It is legislatively always identifiable. And people forget that. And then I have on multiple occasions had to go back to study teams, say, hey, you have to reconsent all these participants in order to link to ICES. And they do. But you don't want that work later. And I've also seen on repeated occasions where people have been prevented from being able to reshare that data or link that data in the way they want to because they didn't get it from the start and they don't want to go back to reconsent. It's too much work. It would be 500 people across the country. They're not doing it. So those are my things. Make plain language, explain what you're doing, don't use titles in the ICF, and make sure what you actually put in the ICF is factually true for your for what you're doing.
And the question of language came up earlier in a question. And so there's the accessibility side of it, and then there's the compatibility with guidelines and law.
And I love definitions, like as a person who's, studies the law for fun. I love that, but it makes your ICFs longer and it possibly makes them less comprehensible. So it might actually decrease the level of informed consent that exists. It's not a bad approach. I favor the other side when, in my own opinion.
In producing the consent forms that Jessica Edmonds described earlier, we had this debate several times about what line to walk there. Thank you. Caitlin, given your background in security, principally, and taking that perspective, what would you like to see in these toolkits that would strike the right balance, promoting sort of broad data sharing, but still ensuring all the security measures that you would like to see as a security specialist, particularly in the light of the perceived complexity that might overwhelm the typical researcher when they're trying to navigate this kind of problem?
So I think I'll just preface things by saying all of the research security stuff is quite new. I'm not sure how familiar folks in the audience are with it, but essentially, so my role at the University of Ottawa is to help researchers comply with federal and provincial requirements, specifically for funding applications. These requirements are between 1 and 3 years old, so still very much in the trial and error phase. And universities have not been given a lot of guidance on how to apply a lot of these requirements. So a lot of this is each university figuring out what works for them. So in terms of the question, one of the things that we've been doing is it's a lot of awareness and a lot of education, because as soon as someone sees the words research security, they tend to go one of two ways. They either go, well, I'm not doing anything super important. I don't know anybody in my network that's kind of risky. I don't have to worry about this stuff. And they don't really read the forms. And that's kind of one way people go. Or the other way people go is, oh my God, this is really serious. I'm just going to shut down all my collaborations. I'm not going to partner with anyone. I'm not going to, like they kind of swing the opposite way. And so what a big part of our role has been in simply bringing kind of the issues to lay education awareness to ensure that folks similar to informed consent kind of know what they're getting into with these requirements. So one of the things that we've been doing, we have also been providing templates in some ways. So for these granted Hello. Okay, perfect. So with these research security requirements, one of the things that we have been providing are templates. So here are some things to consider. You know, the main things we talk about are know your research, know your partner. So think about, is your research potentially very sensitive? So are you working in quantum technology? Are you doing genetic engineering? Are you doing something that could potentially be misused by someone who wanted to misuse it? Even just that is a very hard thing to talk to researchers about, because they often go, well, I'm doing it for good. Why would someone want to misuse this? There's lots of reasons, but that's one of the things that we have to kind of bring up is just because you're doing this for a good reason doesn't mean other people won't misuse it. So know your research, and then often we see a lot of research partnerships. And so one of our other goals is make sure you know who you're partnering with, do some basic searches on them. Have you worked with them before? Have your colleagues worked with them before? If it's a private sector company, come to us, we'll help you do some searches on them. So my role is really about supporting researchers in meeting these requirements and understanding them. We try really hard to not make it a barrier, but rather more of a support system. So we want you to be collaborating. We want you to be doing kind of cutting edge research. But now that there are these new requirements, there are things that we have to consider. And so it's our role to really support researchers in meeting those. I think I'll end it there.
Thank you. And you hit on a key motivation for this type of discussion, which is there are many very well motivated researchers and institutions who come saying, I want to do this, and then are terrified or perplexed. Thank you. Anne-Marie. Given your experience in both communication in the various different venues where you've exercised this in government and elsewhere, and of course your experience as a patient, what's the sort of patient-centric communication that you might want to see in these tools that we would provide to simplify the navigation of very complex bits of information, ensuring that patients understand data use and security and location and all the things that you might imagine a patient would want to know in the simplest terms possible? Comment freely.
Such an easy question.
Go.
I guess I might start by saying, so how many, you don't have to show, not a show of hands, like just in your head, how many times have you clicked the I accept button for terms and conditions without reading the terms and conditions, right? Okay, show of hands. So it's just, for me, there's an element of that in this space, right? Like we don't like to read 6 pages of consent form. The legalese is tough to get through. So some of the things that I would look for, that I would hope for, and I think they've been mentioned through the day today, but let me just amplify maybe the message. So as much as possible, simplify, push back, sorry guys, sorry lawyers in the room, push back on some of the legalese, make the language as clear and as concise and as relevant to people as possible. You know, one of the things I think about in this space is we talk about, being able to withdraw my data if I decide that I want to withdraw my data. And at the same time, we talk about how the data is depersonalized. So in my simple brain, I kind of go, okay, wait a minute. Like, how can you depersonalize, but then pull my data out if I don't want my data to be involved anymore? So some of those concepts really need to be clear to people and understandable for people who are not data people. I'm a visual person. Where are the visuals in the consent forms? I see none. Like, and I participate in some research projects. I don't think I've ever seen visuals in a consent form. Is there any way we can use pictures, 1,000 words, that whole concept? And like draw on communications colleagues, on communications expertise to create documents that people that respond to the way that people now read. So I think we're in a space where people don't necessarily read lines and lines and lines of text. So how can we use what we know about how people are absorbing information to inform the design and the structure of these documents that we're using? The other thing I just want to note is we're in a new world, right? Like with what's been going on in outside of our country, down south in particular, when it comes to the security of data and, people we may not have ever imagined would have access, for example, to Social Security information. So I think people are particularly sensitive to what's going on and particularly interested in how these things will be protected. Maybe the last comment I would make is a lot of this data stuff, the legal part needs to be behind the scenes for patients. Like I don't want to know the weeds. I don't want to know the ins. I don't want to know that there are, different laws at the provincial and the federal level and the private sector and the public sector. That's not my thing. I want to know how this is relevant in my world, in my life, and what it means when I click on I consent. So just keeping things in the background that need to be in the background.
Which echoes Jennifer's comments.
Yeah.
And what are the forms this could take? So for instance, do you imagine a consent form that remains as simple as possible, but that has optional linking out to additional materials with further explanations in very accessible ways? Maybe that kind of thing.
I think that's a great way to do it, because the people who want to dig can dig, and they go to trusted places to get more information. So sometimes I think what happens is when we don't provide those links to trusted sources, I'll Google it, right? Like I'll Google it and I'll come up with all kinds of weird stuff about what it means or what this looks like or how this works. So provide links, provide a link to a video, provide a link to, a more detailed document that people could look at.
Curated supplementary materials.
Exactly.
Are always there.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Raleigh, I'm curious about your combined experience as a practicing medical specialist, but also extensive experience with ethics boards. Perhaps you can give us some of the top most recurring themes that you see coming up in terms of misunderstanding and communications with researchers and especially in clinical environments. What do we need to do better in communicating the essentials of how best to approach an REB with something that will be productive from the start?
Just in response to your statement that we should be including links or the ability to access source material and so forth, we've included that in some consents recently in the Heart Institute. It's coming. And I think there should also be a bibliography as well, so that people can, dig in as far as they want. So this is already coming about. In terms of, I'll just go back a little bit in history, if that's okay. In 2016, I was the chair of the Research Ethics Board at the Heart Institute. And one of our investigators submitted a paper to, I forget which journal, it was either JAMA or New England Journal, one of the better journals. I got back a note from the journal editor asking about the ability of this researcher to provide the data to the journal. So that's 2016. Within 2 or 3 months, we had a line in our consent template that included and it was just a single line at the time. As time went on, we've expanded that to include the possibility that the data may be presented in open access formats and so forth. But the interesting thing there was the pushback. Initially, the researchers did not want any part of that. The concern was that it would turn patients off and that they would not want to become part of a given research project because of the fact that the data was possibly going to be used and reused and shared and so forth. That was the researchers' concerns. But when we talked to the patients, they had no concern about it because one of their motivations in doing these studies or in participating in these studies is they want to provide a common good to the population. So that was a rather interesting pushback. We're now working with Clinical Trials Ontario to see if we can get that broad consent included in the template that exists. Another point that you've raised, and I think that is the original concept of a consent was that it be understandable by somebody with a grade 8 education. Well, if you've ever read any of these consents, you need a PhD to understand the damn things. And so we had a fellow on our board, John Kelly, and he every time he came to our board meeting, he'd say, now this consent is at 12.3 and so on. I've rarely seen a consent that was fully understandable. However, what we started doing in the Heart Institute recently, and again, I'm getting pushback on this, but we're doing it. Any consent that is more than 10 pages must have a 2-page description of what they're actually saying. Simple language, easily understandable, and saying exactly what they do. And I doubt that has any legal weight. However, it's something that I think our patients are responding to very well. So those are sort of two areas that we're looking at fairly frequently now, and on it goes. There'll be new ones.
Indeed. You remind us that today, of course, we've principally focused on protection of participant autonomy and privacy, but there's a whole researcher side of incentives and bags of misunderstandings and various degrees of legitimacy that we need to address. But that hasn't been the focus of our discussion today, but of course it's a huge part of the open science movement as a whole, is to create the environment and the incentive structure that will avoid some of those problems. Just on a last point very quickly, do you find communication between the ethics boards in which you've worked and the researcher community reasonably fluid and bi-directional?
Well, actually, we've introduced another little wrinkle in our REB, and that is we call it a huddle between the REB, myself usually, and other members of the REB and the researcher, and we try and deal with those problems up front. So there is, and I've said to them that I'm available 24/7, 365. They don't believe that, but I make myself readily available to participate in those, and it's being very well received.
Don't doubt it. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Given your research and expertise, especially with a number of disadvantaged communities, how do you think Toolkits should address the historical distrust of research, certainly in some communities, and mitigate the potential conflicts, for instance, in the case of Indigenous communities with treaty rights and things like that? Give us your assessment of how that state of knowledge is among researchers in general, and how would you facilitate learning about these concerns and providing tools so that researchers can navigate them properly?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. But before I answer that, I would be remiss to not acknowledge the fact that I'm a first generation settler. And the only reason I'm here is because I've learned a lot by being, working with communities, being embedded in a tremendous Indigenous research program for the past 8 years, where I've learned from the PIs I work with, Alexander and Malcolm King, working with community, working with elders and knowledge holders, like wise ones like Elder Gilbert. So that's why I'm here. I'll be remiss not to acknowledge that. And then to your question, I know it's almost antithetical to think of Indigenous data sovereignty and the open science movement sometimes, but there are some intersections where it's actually it's possible to navigate both. But it starts from building trust. Like you said, there's historical distrust of research in Indigenous communities, but that doesn't mean Indigenous people are not interested in research. They're inherently interested in research because you don't survive for thousands and thousands of years if you're not looking to better your own life, if you're not looking to improve outcomes for yourself. So it just means building trust, being willing to approach the community that you're working with, establishing toolkits that are looking at, like, for instance, there are a lot of frameworks out there that have Indigenous data sovereignty principles embedded in them, and just working along those guidelines to ensure that, okay, you're working with community first of all to determine what exactly is the community interested in sharing, what data are they interested in sharing. Looking at, for instance, Research Ethics Board, you have your approval from Institutional Research Ethics Board. Do you have to go through one with the community's ethics board as well? Do you want to co-design the methodologies that we use for that research? That kind of thing. The consent form. Anne-Marie talked about, simple, clear language. Ensuring that, okay, you work with community to design that as well. What is relevant to the community? And also making sure that it's person-centric, just like Anne-Marie said, like, okay, do you want more visuals in this? Do you want a person-centered one where you actually sit down with somebody, have tea with them, and explain what's in the consent form, and that way they appreciate it more. And then, just like Jennifer said, having that legal, framework established where the community has the right to repatriate their data when they want. If they feel they're no longer comfortable, they can withdraw the data at any time. So if that is built right from the very beginning, I think in that sense, you can actually achieve that, that level where community is ready to participate in research and share their data. But it just means building that level of trust.
I think this is yet another situation where there is frequent good intention in trying to bring underrepresented populations into the research pool, and without the tools, well-established, accessible procedures and tools to do it, people get discouraged under the usual pressures of normal research environments. There's always something else that's on fire. We're going to go an easier path. Those populations remain outside the studied pools of participants. So if we can, you're making
and that's very valid. What you're saying is very valid. But at the same time, there are a lot of folks in this room that are working with pediatric populations. It's not easy, but they do it. It's the same thing with working with Indigenous communities. You probably have to go the extra step to do the good work, but the outcome is that your data at the end of the day is very diverse. It's applicable across multiple populations. So it is not daunting. It's probably nebulous, but if you approach it in a good way, you're not reinventing the wheel. That's the thing. People have done this. You look around you, there are a lot of Indigenous researchers, there are a lot of people that have worked with Indigenous communities in a very good way. It's sort of just approaching them, and you find guidance in how you can approach it. So it's easy to achieve in that sense if you look at it that way.
Mm-hmm. It has to be approached systematically.
Yeah.
Resource. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Charles. You were ready. Given your focus on many specialties and focusing, all the bios were gravely abbreviated. Obviously, that's what you get from me. So. But one of the things you focus on is the social value of data sharing, that sort of broader calculus of cost-benefit analysis that goes beyond the protection of data for one subject of data collection. Right? How can we help articulate and demonstrate the potential benefits of these practices to different groups, both in research environments and the wider community? How can we best communicate this broader cost-benefit analysis that goes further into the community and tries to assess what is the right balance?
Well, thanks for that question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. It's been such a privilege to do so much learning today, and I've really enjoyed all of the speakers and all of the conversation. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important that we capture this element of social value, right? Social value of research is a fundamental ethical requirement. It's an expectation that research is going to produce knowledge, that it's going to hopefully lead to successful preventions or treatments for patients as we move forward. And it's really key to justifying the risks and burdens to which research participants are exposed. You know, so I mean, that it's a central part of what research ethics boards do when they think about harm benefit analysis. But I think a relatively new perspective to bring to the value of data sharing is how it's potentially a way to augment the social value of studies, right? It really is a force multiplier for research. Not only is there an expectation of benefit for the current study, but that data will go on and inform future studies, will allow better planning for sample size, will allow for inclusion in systematic reviews and meta-analyses and so on. So I think that's really important. And I think that's a key part of the story that we need to share with a variety of stakeholders moving forward. It would be, you know, we heard this morning how someone shared the experience of having a child, I believe, participate in research and this promise of being told what the results of that would be, what difference their participation made, and being disappointed by not being told. I think there's the same sort of pitfall here potentially of kind of promising a lot about the value of data sharing, but not communicating sort of specific successes, specific stories to those individuals who have shared their data with others. So I think it's really important that we actually do that and not just say that we're going to do that. I think there's a piece with research ethics boards as well. Anna in her presentation this morning was talking about how I think it was a third of researchers who declined to share their data do so because their research ethics board apparently said they shouldn't do that. That's really sort of problematic, and I think we need to work with research ethics boards to help them understand the social value case for data sharing and how not sharing data actually undermines potentially the social value of a particular study. So that's something that REBs should be including in their routine review of studies. And finally, I think we need to do a better job of helping researchers get on board and seeing you know, data sharing as an essential part of the research that they're doing. I mean, researchers are motivated to improve treatments, to improve the health of Canadians, and we really need to make open data sharing a central part of that narrative.
You we often struggle with trying to communicate even to participants, trying to give them something more than a warm glow at the moment of signing consent form, right? So some sort of feedback, some sort of greater sentiment of implication. And I think there's an inherent asymmetry between known describable risks. Here are all the things, the risks you're accepting, versus unknown potential future benefits to the world in general. There's just a natural asymmetry between those two, and we have to do more work on the second side to make it a bit more tangible.
Yeah, and you know, may I say we don't do a good job in consent discussions or consent forms in our description of benefits. There's a detailed description of burdens and risks, but for some reason we're reluctant to talk to people about the potential benefits of participating. And for the life of me, this makes no sense, right? I mean, if we're just disclosing the risks and we're tremendously reluctant to disclose the benefits, why on earth would someone sign up for the study as written? I mean, we're doing it because of those potential benefits. And I think we're really sort of underselling the research that we're conducting by not accurately describing, you know, the potential benefits of doing it.
Underselling as a very conservative response to the fear of promising something we can't do. But
sure, well, I mean, you know, we're not promising the risks either. What we're doing is we're informing them of a potential for a harm, and equally, we should inform them about the potential for a benefit. And, you know, and when there are probabilities that we can attach to that, we should do that. When there are ways in which we can explain why we think a certain kind of benefit is we think likely, we should explain it, understanding that we're not, you know, we're not guaranteeing, but we're informing. And by failing to disclose benefits, we're failing to inform.
Good point. Plenty to dig in there as well. So there we have our first round from our panelists. Thank you. It brings up a ton of issues, plenty to dig in. It's now time for you to participate. Anyone, of course, here present, anyone online, do chime in with your questions, and we'll see if we can elaborate on a few of these questions that came up and bring up some new ones. The floor is open. Come on, there's no time to be shy.
For this session, we actually want people to get out of their seats if they're willing and join the panel. So you'll notice in front of our esteemed panelists, there's another row of chairs. If the stage was bigger, we would make you all on one single platform, but we invite folks to literally come and join the panel and share their perspective from the type of expertise and role that they have. Patrick's going to additionally ask questions to the panelists. If you have something to add, you think would add value to the room, come join our panel, introduce yourself, and respond to the question as well. So go for it, Patrick, if you want to maybe ask the first question. Oh, I should just add from our team, for folks joining online, if you have questions, someone from our team will take to the panel on your behalf to ask your questions. So people online, please don't hesitate to ask questions as well.
How this works. Sorry, Kelly. Okay. So this question is from Sage Broomfield. In consideration of the First Nations principles of OCAP, is anyone able to speak to the ways broad research and consent processes for public good has and continues to affect First Nations and other Indigenous groups' ability to exercise data sovereignty, particularly with applications in clinical settings and/or biological sampling biobanking?
That's a great question. I'm not sure I heard the first part of that question regarding OCAP. So can you please repeat that part?
in consideration of First Nations principles of OCAP, is anyone able to speak to the broad research and consent process for public good as it continues to affect First Nations and or other Indigenous groups?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So OCAP is like the person asked the question rightly pointed out. It's one of the frameworks out there that a lot of First Nations in Canada put together as a framework to kind of put into clear language Indigenous data sovereignty principles for those communities. So a lot of First Nations communities subscribe to OCAP. Not every First Nations community. There is OCAS for some Métis communities, which is ownership, control, access, and stewardship, whereas it is possession for OCAP. The Inuit have their own frameworks as well. So there are a lot of these frameworks that some Indigenous communities across Canada subscribe to. And yes, what those frameworks do is that they establish those rights, the inherent rights of Indigenous communities, the autonomy to act to own their own data, and the autonomy to be able to withdraw that data when it no longer serves them right, serves their wellness. Yes, the question is very right. Clinical research in the past has harmed Indigenous communities, especially in taking biosamples. We've seen some research where those biosamples have been used in secondary studies, whereby they've harmed Indigenous communities across Canada. We've seen that a lot. So as a researcher and wanting to do good work is being able to go back and work with community. Okay, what exactly are the frameworks that you subscribe to? Working at a level of community to ensure that, okay, maybe they're working with OCAP, maybe OCAS, maybe they have their own community protocol. And then working together to craft a data sharing agreement, which gives the right to the community to own that data, share what they want to share, and having the ability to withdraw that data whenever they want to. And I think essentially that's what most of those frameworks, whether it's OCAP, whether it's the CARE principles, whatever principles that the community subscribe to, or maybe they have their own, that is what, and it's essentially to guide research such that it's done in a way that is respective of treaty rights and their own inherent rights to own their own data.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for that answer. Oh, sorry, was someone going to speak? Sorry, I'm joining online. Am I able to add to that question?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer, Kehinde. I'm curious if anyone else on the panel is able to answer that question. Also, I'll introduce myself. My name is Sage Broomfield. I support a regional First Nations ethics board in Manitoba. OCAP is one of the ethical principles and frameworks that we use to evaluate research. But I'm curious if anyone else on the panel is able to speak to the ways that perhaps institutional ethics or your health institutions are able to take that into consideration when looking at broader consent processes. I'm not sure who was previously speaking about including broad secondary research clauses. Those are things that we look for in specific First Nations research projects. So I'm curious if there are ways that protections and ways that First Nations and other Indigenous groups can exercise those data sovereignty rights, as Kehinde mentioned, are being built into the institutional ethics processes. Thank you.
All right, this is Jennifer Cox speaking. So I'm on the contract side, not on the ethics side, but there's a couple ways that this can happen. But again, going back to the consent and making your consent work for your study, this is something you can build in directly at the consent level, and I think is phenomenal to do so. My institution, Ottawa Hospital Research Institute, doesn't do a lot of Indigenous research, but we do some. And when you get I almost think that in that case, I think the consent's almost too late. It is critical. It does need to be in there, but you got to do the consultation ahead of time. We have one right now, an Indigenous, a study on Indigenous peoples, and they did 2 years of consultation. It was a long time, but this is really core to every part of the research they're doing, and that is before they submitted to the REB, before they created the ICF, before any of that. So yes, the ICF is critical, but all that work should come ahead of time, and it should be ongoing, and it should also be reflected within the contracts. So if your contracts do want to protect these community level rights of the Indigenous First Nations, that should be built right into it. Saying what are they getting back? What is it going to look like, etc. Not only does it do the thing I like best about contracts, which is it provides clarity, it also gives First Nations rights to enforce. So if the institution, if the researcher says, hey, we'll tell you the results, and they don't, then the contracts come up and they can say, hey, we have this contractual right against the OHRI. Why haven't you enforced it? And if that lands on my office, I'm going to go, hey, why didn't we do this? And we're going to try to make it happen. So that's a kind of not directly the answer, but kind of what does the institution do kind of on a higher level institutional compliance with trying to meet OCAP.
Can I just follow up with that? I've encountered some OCAP engagements in Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center, but in the context of the discussion that we were just having, I would ask, does someone clarify who's consenting? Specifically, either in law, as you understand it, or under the framework. And I have to apologize, I'm not that deeply knowledgeable about the framework. That is the individual able to, in that community, able to consent? Can their consent conflict with the communities, possibly, where the unit of study is the individual, per se, at least from some conception? Can anybody extend that discussion a little bit? Because it comes up when we encounter the rights of the community versus the individual.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And individual consents, in most cases, people would say, oh yeah, that's enough since the individual has already consented to research. But it goes beyond that for Indigenous communities because sometimes these are very small communities where when a few individuals are in the community, it's easy to just go back, identify the entire community and extrapolate. So there should also be considerations for community consent. That's why we always say work with the community to start first. If you're looking at the data and you see, oh, okay, I'm working with a very small population where whatever the research this individual participates in is going to affect the entire community. You want to go back and ensure that you work with the community first to make sure that there is a community consent before reaching out to individuals. For example, there's one of our projects that are working with Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan. And because of the particular population we're working with, people with substance use experience, because we're comparing rural and urban populations, it became clear to us that identifying the individuals where they come from, we're kind of labeling the community. So for us, it's imperative for us to now say, okay, despite the fact that this wasn't even there initially, we went back and say, okay, no, we will only identify the other participant group as a community from Northern Saskatchewan, because we know that by going further than that, we will be identifying that community. So yes, it's very, very important to make sure that we work with community to make sure that you're not, because at the end of the day, it can be used to harm the community in the sense that it will sort of, reinforce these negative stereotypes against Indigenous communities, and that's what you don't want inherently.
Just want to ask a follow-up question to get some clarity on OCAP. So there's lots of types of questions that we might be trying to answer in science. Some of them might be general population and Indigenous people by chats are in it, and some might be specific Indigenous health questions. If it's not an Indigenous specific health question, is Indigenous data ownership required? Required makes it sound like I'm trying to get out of it, but I'm just trying to put it out there in the most blunt way.
Yes, and it's a very good question. So there is, first of all, there's a lot of data out there. Like, first of all, there's a cultural data and things like that. But at the end of it, it is still Indigenous data. Whether you're asking an Indigenous specific question or not, the data of that research, because you're getting it from an Indigenous person, it is Indigenous data. It's owned. That's and I think that's what, you know, OCA's care principles is, that any data you're getting from an Indigenous person is Indigenous data. If you're taking blood pressure, for instance, blood pressure across, for instance, across a community could be seen as, oh, blood pressure of Indigenous people of that particular community on the aggregate level. So despite the fact that you're not asking an Indigenous specific question, if it's just a health question, because it is from an Indigenous person, Indigenous data sovereignty applies to those questions.
Okay, so that's great. So from your explanation, any clinical trial or any research study requires Indigenous data ownership, even if there's just one person.
Absolutely.
So for me, that raises the question of, if that's what we're striving towards, resourcing for that is critical, because there is not institutional resourcing for that at the moment.
Yes. Building the resourcing into budgets, working with community initially, I think is very critical to making sure that it happens.
I just wanted to add, maybe to simplify it, whenever research is going to be done at a community level, the first level is meeting the leadership and getting permission. So leadership is going to say, yes, we understand. That's number one. Number two, then it's either leadership and then at the community level, informing the community at large of what this is all about and giving the prerogative of individual whether or not they want to get into it. So you can't just go into the community and say, I'm going to randomly call a meeting leadership. That's the protocol. Then the people, before you even do that, and I was speaking to someone about that, you better develop a relationship with that community. Don't just come in and say, we have this grand project, it's going to be good for you, you'll be in control of the data. No, develop a relationship, and that takes time. Relationships are important towards the success in the end of what's going to happen. You know, and because too often in our communities, and I'll end on that, too often people are just waltz in with great promises that they're going to come back, it's going to help the people, it's going to help the Indigenous people. Then we never hear about them again. We have this paper that we can't even understand. We can't apply it. We're not sure where it's being used. Do we trust the next person that comes in? Well, no, we don't. So there's already a lot of reluctance of, what the hell are you doing in studying us once again? When it's well explained, relationship has been developed, and there's those levels, it can work very, very well, I believe.
If I may have a question here from the researcher perspective too. I attended a course, the OCAP course, and remember that we had a question specifically about that. So if we have one study that will have one Indigenous person there, how we would adopt, whether OCAP should be considered or not. And now taking what you mentioned about that, what would be the best way to balance making sure that we are not leaving Indigenous communities out of our studies to avoid further complications? If they are not Indigenous questions, how would you, what suggestions could we, how to make sure that we are still complying with OCAP principles, but also not leaving communities out, because we would add some more complications in terms of the process of collecting data from Indigenous populations?
That's a very great question. And I think really why we all got into research is because we want to improve outcomes for people of every stripes, color, race, whatever. That's why we all got into research. And the TCPS2, I think in Article 4 says you cannot leave out a segment of the population just because of the fact that are they children, are they women, are they pregnant and all of that. The question has to be asked. So, and your question is very good. So how do we balance that? And I think is in the fact that, again, and I think I've said it before, that we are not reinventing the wheel. People have done this work, and you probably have a colleague, somebody in your research program that has worked with communities. You probably have somebody in the university that works, that their role is Indigenous engagement, helping you facilitate that engagement with community. So that way, there are resources out there that you can reach out to that would help in the sense that, okay, this is my study. I'm probably, because, 3% of people in Ontario are Indigenous, maybe you get 3% of my population, at least in my participant population, are likely to be Indigenous. What do I do? And then you'd have people that will help provide guidance as to how to approach that. Are you looking to work with a specific, maybe First Nations, Métis, or Inuit community specifically? Then you also, then you know that probably 100% of your participant population Indigenous, right? Then you look at, okay, how do I approach this? Like Gilbert said, build trust, build that, that relationship first. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it serves you better if you're able to make Indigenous specific considerations in terms of your analysis and the outcomes of your research. We are improving the health of our population overall if we build these things right into whatever we do in terms of research.
We have, sorry, this is a follow-up. Just a quick follow-up.
So just to provide context, so I'm from CHIO. I think in a given year at CHIO, we might publish 600 or 700 publications a year. If those studies are relatively big, a large proportion of them will have Indigenous patients in them. How are we going to find people to cover those like 600 studies? And that's just at one center. So I think a model that has been bouncing around in my head is it's not for the PI. What we don't want is for this burden to be put on the PI and an unintended consequence to be PIs deliberately exclude Indigenous people to get around this data ownership criteria. And then on a societal level, science is underserving Indigenous people. As a PI, that would be in my best interests because I'd get to do science quicker. But as a PI, I probably can't make the decision about whether, if I've just got a few Indigenous people in my study, if it's valuable for that community. So I feel like institutions need Indigenous partners where they can choose to opt out on the studies that they want to opt out on, because they have limited capacity. That's just something that's been bouncing around my head.
Thanks everybody on the panel. I feel I'm hogging the microphone too much. So just quickly say, and I think for big studies like that, a very simple question at the beginning: are you Indigenous? Are you First Nations? Are you living on reserve or not reserve? Just that question alone can help you further down the line where you say, oh, okay, I think 20% of my population here, my patient population here, or 5%, whatever, are Indigenous. What do I do? You can go back and then start having conversations about that. So
this taps into a larger issue, merits its own subgroup discussion. Just being mindful of time. I know there are two people here who haven't spoken yet. Jessica, can the online question hang on for one? Yeah, okay. So we'll do Please go ahead. Then we'll have one online question, and we'll come back for the last one here for.
Just a quick comment about specifically the benefits of research and overstating them. Just because, are you not worried if that would be coercive potentially if you're saying benefits that you don't know will exist? Like, for example, open data sharing is, I think, relatively new. And so being able to say, for sure, this will be successful or for sure it'll be shared properly, like, I think people are scared to say that because there's no like consistent evidence of that you know what I mean? So I'm wondering kind of your comments of if we're understating our benefits, what do you think is an honest benefit statement to have in your consent form for open data sharing?
Well, I mean, I guess I view this as part of a larger problem that I see with consent documents generally. Consent documents across the board demonstrate a reluctance to talk about why we're doing this study, what we're hoping to get out of it, what benefits for you as a participant, what benefits for future patients are we hoping to see, and do we have some grounds, you know, some reasons that we can ground that in. I think we're failing to adequately inform people by not sharing that with them. I explicitly, you know, ruled out sort of as unwise making guarantees. Obviously, we're not in a position to make guarantees, but we're doing studies in the hopes of generating benefit for participants and benefit for future patients and society. And I see really no reason why that can't be shared. You know, so long as it's factually accurate and so long as the claims are supportable, it's neither misleading nor coercive, right? You know, I think in a space like data sharing, right, I think what we need to do is communicate accurately what we're trying to do in this space and how there's good reason to think that there'll be a sort of a force multiplier effect. It will help future researchers plan studies. It will allow the data to be included in systematic reviews, in meta-analyses, and, you know, hopefully that will lead to further benefit. As we go forward, I think we need to do a better job of sort of documenting the successes, documenting the failures, right? Gathering data on data sharing, right? To give a firmer foundation to those kinds of claims. But that's kind of what I have in mind.
As you said earlier. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to, if I could just build on the sharing the benefits. I think that from a patient perspective is super engaging. Like that's really motivating. And I think most patients, if you ask them, would you like, you know, if we simplify the question, like, so take away the consent form and say, we want to share your data so that we can improve things for patients in the future, or we can improve how your healthcare practitioners are interacting with you. Who's going to say no to that? Nobody. So, you know, but then we have to get into all of the details. So this brings me though back completely circle around to how do people access the results of the studies that are being done? And I think there theoretically there is a commitment if you participate in research that you will hear about that research. I have participated in numerous studies and I don't think I've never received the final paper. So whether I could have understood it or not is another question, but I have never received sort of the final published paper. So not only is it difficult to even get to the results of the research you participate in, trying to get into, and people talked about it earlier today, trying to get past the paywalls is also difficult. Like if you're not in the business and you're trying to find the information, the studies, the research being done, even if the study is inconclusive, even if it's saying, well, this didn't really work the way we wanted, from a patient perspective, that's really interesting. Like I want to know, okay, you guys did all this work, you tried this out, it didn't work. That's interesting to me, right? It's not just the stuff that's changing the guidelines for how we manage people with this or that condition. Sorry.
Just quickly, perhaps, is a lot of us are working again though at the level of contract. This has been talked about a lot this morning. So indeed, on the one hand, who wouldn't agree? I hear this a lot. On the other hand, we spent a significant portion of time this morning talking about
the real equation, I think, which is it's a risk-based decision. Equally, I think the statement needs to be there that it may not ever help anyone and may actually harm you when we're talking about data sharing. Now, that's a hypothesis. I'm not sure I can prove it one way or the other, but I think that's the truth of the matter as I see it today. And the only reason we're talking about is does de-identified mean de-identified, and what happens to my children is because that's the point, is it may harm your children 2 generations in the future if that data is mismanaged. This is the whole issue. And so informed consent has to be just that. It's not all hearts and flowers, indeed, right? Who wouldn't want to share data? Well, lots of people is the answer.
Going back to stage, I'm not sure if you wanted to contribute through the chat, or I saw that your hand was raised if you want to come off mic again.
Yeah, hi everyone. Apologies that I'm just a big face on your screen, perhaps. My comment is returning to my previous question and some of the comments that were made. I did just want to mention again, so my comments are specifically related to First Nations ethics process that exists in Manitoba. The board that I support, ethics board that I support, represents the 63 First Nations in Manitoba. So these ethics processes do exist at various levels. And again, going back to Kahinde and some of the other comments about it really starting with trust building and relationship, that is, of course, the most important. But also the researchers' comments about the burden that it puts on PIs to go back to community or go back to these individuals. One of the ways that we approach this question, we are a regional First Nations board, so we look at data at the regional level. So First Nations in Manitoba as compared to other Manitobans or Canadians. But how you're identifying First Nations in your research at a data level should inform how you go about creating those relationships and going about those consent processes, and also how you're applying those OCAP principles. So if it's at an individual level and you're identifying individual First Nations data, I can't speak too much to that because we don't look at that a lot. But if you are looking at data of a First Nation or a large data set within a region, then it becomes a responsibility of that researcher and that institution to have those relationships. And the other thing I would just say is that those relationships don't have to start at with building community relationships. They start in your own institutions. I'm sure that there are, like Kahinde said, a lot of Indigenous researchers in your institutions that would be able to begin to have some of these conversations. And again, I know I asked this question, but it sounds like people have a lot of questions about this topic. And I just want to highlight that while Kahinde has done an incredible job of answering a lot of these questions, there are no Indigenous representations, no First Nation representation in this panel. And so if these are considerations, and I think they absolutely are, of your research or of your populations that you're looking at, particularly with clinical research, given colonial history, that these should be a focus of your institutions and how you're looking even at the contract level, but also throughout the whole research processes with your research partners. Thank you.
That's worse. I'll just add to that last comment just around OCAP. I think in the same vein as Andrew was talking about PHIPA, not necessarily meaning to be a barrier, but an enabler. I think that's how a lot of researchers should view these principles of OCAP. I know it can be, tempting sometimes to look at it as, does this apply to my research? Is this another requirement I'm going to have to meet? Whereas the reality is that, these are foundations which are only going to improve your research. And, the reality is that all research in Canada takes place on Indigenous lands. And, these these principles within OCAP, you know, they're only going to stand to benefit the research in terms of involving these communities, reciprocity with these communities, and so on. I just have one comment, and then as well as a question for the panel, and it's just going to go back to that statistic that was shared earlier, just around you know, roughly a third of research ethics boards actually denying that data being shared. And what I suspect is the reality there is by the time that you're getting to publishing your research, you've already closed out your file with the Research Ethics Board. And that makes it very difficult to make these changes after the fact. So I suspect that's what's happening there is, you know, it's become difficult to share it if you didn't incorporate that into your original applications, your original documents. So the question I have just for the panel, as well as maybe our previous speakers, is do research ethics boards have an obligation if they're noting that open science and that sharing isn't included within these protocols? Is the burden on the research ethics boards to actually you know, enforce incorporating that into the projects, or does that burden lay more with the institutions themselves or the researchers? And again, I suspect I already know the answer, that it's going to be a mix of all three, but I'd love to get the panel's input on, you know, what's the research ethics board's obligation in terms of enforcing open science?
So I'm going to give a legal answer, not an ethics answer, but I will say, reiterating what I said before, when you write these documents that are submitted to the ethics, you are creating legally enforceable terms. Everything that you want to do, unless it already exists in law somewhere, but everything you want to do that is unique to your project has to be included. So is there a role for the RAB? I think yes, but I'll put it over there. But that needs to be built in from the start, and I'll leave it there just to say you need to establish that legal authority in order to be able to do it. I'll pass it on to.
Exactly. If you go back, you know, I mentioned that we've had a requirement for consents to include data sharing since 2016 in the Heart Institute, and I would say that probably about 90% of our studies have that wording, or have the wording that we have approved over time in their consents, and that's relatively easy. I think that we can, you know, we will certainly not block any effort to for data sharing to occur. Having said that, you know, if you go back in time, of course, there were many studies done before 2016, and some of ours are still in effect at this point in time. Some of the registries and so on that have been developed. There's some databases in the Heart Institute with 30 and 40,000 patients in it. And so, you know, there is theoretically data that was never consented to by the people in. So I think that research ethics boards have to look at each situation individually and make a decision. Same decision that I made in 2016 when the journal editor asked about data sharing. We actually went back to the board and got a retrospective agreement that we were not going to harm the patient, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that you can, you know, look at it from a pragmatic point of view, as well as you know, from the legalistic contractual point of view as well. And I would encourage that. I would hope that data coming out of the Heart Institute nowadays is 100% shareable.
When we bring up the topic of open science in unselected audiences in our community, we talk about two things primarily: open access publications and data sharing. But there's a whole workflow of things having to do with daily routine. If you want to be in a good position to share, and you want it to be as easy as possible, start at the beginning. Start with consent, start with, if you have to try to do it afterwards, usually in a panicked or, you know, as an obligation to a funding agency to get an article published, if it's poorly done,
the data aren't discoverable, they're not well organized, they're probably not consented, even if they are, etc. So let's remember that full workflow that actually has benefits, daily benefits, even to the individual researcher in the practice of science.
Yeah, you just touched on a point that I hope to make at some point today. And so how about I touch on it now? And that is the issue of consent. My friend here tells me that I can do anything with a study that has been, where there's been proper informed consent going. So what do we do? What are we going to do about clinical data? Clinical data is quite different from research data. And in fact, nobody that was registered in the Heart Institute today actually gave consent to have their data used in artificial intelligence, for example, or any other area. And we're going to have to think about that. And actually, in preparing for this session today, I came across a very interesting concept. You know, I know that there are several major hospitals in the States, research hospitals, that actually consent each and every patient that comes in. Now, I don't know what, you know, I can't tell you what percentage of patients say no, they don't want their data shared, but I would guess probably somewhere around 90% of people coming into the hospital would consent to the use of their data for clinical purposes and ultimately for something like machine learning. Denmark is the primary example. Singapore too is another one. So I came across an interesting idea, and that was that we that patients either opt in a similar way to which you do for organ donation would be an interesting way to create a consent option for clinical data.
A default, like donation. Sorry.
I just kind of, to some of our conversations today is about REBs not allowing consent to move forward. I'm a little bit late now, but to talk about it. But I just keep in mind that like TSPS2 got updated in January 2023 to finally include broad consent. So I think right now a lot of REBs are looking at what's now on TSPS2 for how we're allowed to allow broad consent. And now studies that have been going for 5 years who don't follow those rules want to now share. And I think that's why a lot of limitations are there, because now we have new rules and you're not playing by these, so we can't help you without violating our guidelines. So I just kind of want to say that, and that's it.
Yeah, just on the consent, I mean, I think the plain answer to someone asking for 10 years worth of retrospective heart data without consent is the board has the right to waive that consent. Somebody's agreed to that already. Then there should be no mystery right now why that data is in play in these studies. Whether that's a good idea or not going forward is obviously a question, but it needs to be distinguished from prospective data collection. There's a lot of discussion right now about the next day, tomorrow, when a patient comes in, should we be asking these questions? But my hospital's been in business since 1947. The vast majority of people who've come to my hospital are probably deceased, for example, and yet their heart conditions, at least as measured, are as equally valid as the person that comes in tomorrow. So to me, even if we never did any prospective collection, the value of that retrospective data is immense. The burden, as called it in other contexts, to go and seek consent is impracticable, is the word, cannot be accomplished. And the question is how do we feel about that? Well, we wish it were else, but the fact is it's not, and it hasn't been for years.
I don't know whether I should respond to that or whether Jennifer should, but the fact of the matter is that the board cannot approve clinical data. We can approve retrospective use of research data, but we cannot approve or waive consent for clinical data. That requires the institution to make that decision.
Just to be clear, though, retrospective data is clinical data. I'm in an academic health sciences center. The only reason we have data is because someone was treated yesterday.
So
I mean, we're not talking about something different, are we?
So I think what he means is he can approve it for research purposes, but not for anything else. So Andrew earlier referenced the utopian decision, and the part of the difference, and Andrew, please jump in, you know, better than I do. And part of the differentiation there is what is the difference between research and another purpose? And in that case, utopian was an ongoing kind of open-ended collection of large amounts of data. And Utopian didn't say it isn't research, but they said it looks like this might not be research, and it gave. I wish they'd been more specific in that, but they laid out what they thought was a research purpose, which is a time limited. Let's see if I get this right. A time limited discrete research question, and I think what Dr. Rodley is trying to say is, what happens if you step outside that? What about all those registries that Utopian tells us they shouldn't go through the REB? There's not a discrete time limited research question. So I think that's what you mean by clinical data. Is that
the compiling of that data?
Sorry. Oh, an Epic, yeah. But then what you're using it for?
There's a ton of information in Epic, and you know, there are researchers who want to use the data in Epic, which is the electronic medical record for those of you that are not familiar with it, that want to use that data to create their machine learning data sets. And the REB cannot waive that data. It cannot do it. It has to be the institution makes that decision.
Before the light starts flicking on and off to get us off stage, I'm going to hand over the last word to Alex Bernier right beside you, and wrap it up after. Alex?
Yeah, okay, this is working. Just one really quick comment that this raises is that one thing that I think is really, really important in discussing what we're legally allowed to do with data is to the point that that Jennifer made a moment ago, that there are many distinct regulatory pathways that allow the reuse of data, and that the requirement to, for instance, render data non-identifiable according to Canadian privacy legislation is one way of extracting that data from, you know, the regulatory morass of different data privacy laws and allowing its reuse. Obtaining an informed consent to downstream research use is a second pathway. Obtaining an ethics waiver of informed consent requirement plus meeting all of the other prerequisites in privacy legislation, so, you know, approval from an institutional decision maker, is an independent regulatory pathway. And these are all viable and distinct strategies for enabling the reuse of information from a regulatory standpoint. And also that it's not enough to do just, you know, checkbox compliance, that you want to make sure that, you know, when you're consenting people, that they're deeply understanding what they're getting themselves into, and not just that your form makes sense, but also that what you're doing aligns with their expectations, that if it's something arcane and, you know, that they've never seen before, that you have people available to guide them through that process, or video supplements, whatever it may be. But I think that the big thing that gets missed in a lot of these conversations is people seem to draw an indistinction between these different regulatory pathways and assume that, for instance, perfect anonymization and consent and, you know, a viable ethics approval are all additive requirements, when in reality there are distinct pathways available here, A, and then secondly, you know, at the end of the day, doing something that actually protects patients from harm and that also satisfies the checkboxes in the, you know, legislation is what we're trying to get at. You know, it doesn't matter if it formally looked compliant if you end up on the front page of the news and people are in an uproar, just like, you know, if it meets all of the requirements in legislation, even if it's a bit of a corner case, showing a good due diligence process is generally a good way to protect an institution.
That seems very good note, which ends, telling us that we have paths, we have possibilities, we have tools already, even though we have much work to do still. As we suspected, there would be no end of topics to dig into, and we can continue doing so afterwards, of course. Many thanks again to our esteemed panel and to all of those who came up and participated and submitted their questions online. Thank you all. It was a very productive session. We'll continue digging into these topics for some time to come, I suspect. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, guys, if we take about like 10, 12 minutes, grab a cup of coffee or tea, use the loo, and then we'll reconvene about 30 minutes and a bit of an exercise to finish off with. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're going to come back for a few more minutes. All right. So it's been a really great discussion today. It's certainly been very exciting for me. I don't know about you guys, but I rarely find myself in rooms of people as excited to talk about health data sharing as I found myself today. So I think we can see, hey, can you make me not so squeaky? I think we can see from the interest that I think this is a conversation that's definitely not done today, and that we need to continue to grow this community and continue breaking down sort of silos that exist amongst us. Not working, Faye. So we do have some work left to do. Let me just see here. Maybe. Hello? I think we're, oh, no. Let's do that. Hello? All right. Can we turn that off, Faye? No. Okay, so I don't know if it makes a difference if I move away. We have some more work to do. Not helping. I feel like I'm. Hello? Maybe we fixed it? Not really. Okay, so we have more work to do, but I'm gonna go through the thank yous now because at the end we're gonna sort of do some work and then you'll have a chance to sort of chat and dissipate from the meeting. So this work was, as we mentioned at the start, funded by the Secretariat for Responsible Conduct and Research. So it was a small SETS grant that brought us together today. So really appreciative of that. What we didn't tell you was that we got that grant like right before the end of year holiday and that the funding for it had to be spent by March 31st. So here we are, a very short period of time later, hosting the event, and we have a very rapid turnaround for any reimbursement. So anyone who required reimbursement, keep that in mind. But I just think it's amazing with a small pocket of money, what we've been able to do today in bringing you guys together and to create connections and to start this dialogue. So I think our team is very interested in having a leadership role in continuing this discussion within our community. But I just wanted to say that it was sort of sold out in the sense that this room has a fire capacity. And so we had to curtail registration and to acknowledge the well over 100 attendees online throughout the day. So it's really positive to see that response to the event. I wanted to highlight before sort of we get to work again and end off the day, in terms of next steps, one of the things our team is doing is as part of Archimedes, our health data platform, we're coordinating a 2-day summit for Canadian health data platforms and the community that surrounds them. It will be here in Ottawa at the University of Ottawa. It's held on September 30th and October 1st of this year. And what we're hoping to do on day one, it's going to be an open meeting to the whole community. We'll focus on setting the stage, identifying barriers, and building harmony with colleagues in this space. So I think it's basically, you can think of it as a continuation of today with more emphasis on existing data infrastructure gaps, and sort of broader than the people we've brought together, so more of a national perspective. Day two is going to actually be invite only, and experts that we draw from day one will develop a strategy, a pan-Canadian strategy for health data platforms based on the discussion in day one, and that will be sort of an output of day two. So we don't presently have a registration open, but that should be pretty soon. We're just literally waiting on a room availability location. And so when we have that, we can certainly circulate it to attendees both in person and online to make you aware. Okay, so this is one more task, so there's 2 more tasks. First things first, I I wanted to open it up to people in the room to see if anyone had any sort of comments, anything you've been sort of thinking about throughout the day that you feel didn't get raised in the discussion. If you'd like to take a mic and share with us. I can also see folks online, so if there's anyone who wants to raise a question or make a comment about today's event or this space, please feel free to do so. Oh, yep.
Hi, everybody. So I know I was just up on that panel. Does this work? Yeah. Okay. So our research office actually supports all of the University of Ottawa affiliated research institutes. We've only been around for 2 years, so word hasn't really gotten out that we exist. But if you are at any of the research institutes, so CHEO, where we are today, there's a couple of other ones, the Montfort. We support any research security related questions. If you need guidance, if you have researchers applying to grants and they're like, what are these forms? Please do contact me. I can leave a couple business cards out, but also if you Google U Ottawa Research Security, all of our contact information will come up. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there that support does exist on the research security side if anyone needs it.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or thoughts from anyone? Information they want shared? Yep.
My name is Katerina Matursky. I'm an assistant professor of nursing at Daphne Cockrell School of Nursing at Toronto Metropolitan University. And a lot of my research focuses on vulnerable populations, particularly Ukrainian refugee women who engage in sex work to make ends meet in Canada. And one of the things that I struggle with is received death threats, negative comments from actually members of the Ukrainian community, particularly males, when we were recruiting for this work. So when it comes to open data and sharing data, when we are engaging with vulnerable populations, it's something that my entire research team is struggling with in terms of not only our own protection and protection of ourselves, but also of our participants, particularly when we are receiving death threats and all these comments. So I would like for all of us to also think about the safety implications as well when it comes to open data, because I'm all for it, but how do I protect my research participants? How do I protect my research assistants? And how do I protect myself and my own family? So just something to think about.
Great, thank you so much for that comment. It's certainly a perspective that's great to have risen. I don't think we certainly touched on it throughout the day. I think one thing for me to sort of reflect on what we've heard so far from the community. I think from that last FISHBOWL session, an enormous amount of the conversation went towards Indigenous data sovereignty and considerations. It's very clear that both within the Indigenous populations, but also within these sort of vulnerable groups, we need very considered and deliberate reflection on those populations, because this is obviously not going to be a one-size-fits-all scenario. My own training and background is in social psychology, and when I reflect on some of the research I've done and some of the research I do using qualitative data, again, a very different lens than what we might put on some of our quantitative data. Any additional thoughts or comments from anyone? Some of you have traveled a long way, so you want to squeeze all your expertise out of you while you're here. So I'll just check online. No one online. Okay. Oh, no. So what we're going to do in terms of the final task is we have Jessica over here with this giant white board. And I believe Andre perhaps handed out Post-it notes and pens. Do people have Post-it notes and pens? Yes. Excellent. So we have about 10 minutes left, 10, 15 minutes left. And for the remaining minutes, what we'd like you to do is to reflect on these questions. So the first is, what do you, so you personally in your role, in your professional role or capacity and in how you're engaging here today, what do you need to help foster data sharing and health research in Canada? So what we're going to have people do, and for folks online, there's a link in the chat that's been shared. Perhaps someone could pop it in again for it to be super apparent, for you to respond to these in an anonymous survey online. So we don't want you writing your name or any details about who you are per se, just a reflection on what you need to help foster data sharing in health research in Canada. And then the second question is, how can Canadian interest holders in health data better coordinate to foster data sharing? And so I ask these things for some selfish reasons, and that is that our team is looking to sort of continue this community, continue this dialogue, and be part of existing dialogues that are already out there nationally. And so as we reflect on how to best add value in this community and how to best work with you as a community to coordinate further discussions, I think the answers to some of these questions will be really valuable to us. So you all have your Post-its, and at the end you can go and, oh, it's here, place them up there. What we'll do is we'll sort of aggregate them, and that will be part of a report that we'll complete about this meeting. So we'll have that released publicly, but of course all attendees will be sent that as well. If there's a question here. There's a question here in the chat from a colleague, and she says, how could we balance open science and vulnerable communities that are highly identifiable, and what additional layers of security are needed for those groups? So I think this very much sort of it builds from the question that was asked here in the room. And to be honest, I don't personally have the answers to that. I think we need to think very carefully about that. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that. So, food for thought. Yep. The question was pertaining to what additional layers of security are needed for vulnerable groups when thinking about managing and sharing their data. Patrick? Mike? You, Mike.
Getting into specific security measures, let's remember the multiple tiers of access that we have and that we can always improve. So without going completely open, without any restrictions, we can still share it among researchers under controlled circumstances more than it is now. Let's remember that the default under the most common career building incentive structures at the moment is just closed. It's just with very, very selective collaborations at best. So without having to deal with the most challenging case of completely open data, we can still do better. We can still move along that gradient.
Absolutely. And also when thinking about this sort of from a like organizational perspective, I mean, organizations and the researchers within them, they have a long way to go from the status quo of closed towards something that's more open. And so maybe at an institution, that's not like the low-hanging fruit, right? So we want to see everyone moving, but different research areas may move at different speeds and may stop in different places. Any final words or reflection from anyone in the room before? Yeah, Khaled?
Just to respond to the comment earlier on, the UN released quite a large synthetic data set on human trafficking publicly. So they've solved that problem, at least they believe they solved it. And it's very sensitive data as well. But they created synthetic versions that were modeled on the real data, and it's publicly available, or kind of quasi-publicly available. So that's one way. I can't comment on how good the data is, but they did release that type of data.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Khaled. Any other thoughts or comments? Yeah, I'll just give you the mic so folks online can hear.
You know, I think there's a systematic neglect of qualitative research when we talk about this stuff. And in fact, I think that the fact that we're at closing and it's the first time the word qualitative data gets used speaks to that. And I do think that, you know, there's a spectrum there in the sense that we clearly need a lot of policy making and just, outreach efforts to get people to start developing consensus positions on whether we want to be sharing qualitative data, not necessarily openly, but at least in a controlled model, and reusing it for secondary purposes, understanding that there are risks associated to do that, or whether we want to, divert to a position where it's not getting reshared, but we understand that the costs of performing qualitative research will increase dramatically, and there'll be a reproducibility crisis, and so on and so forth. But I was involved in a small effort out of the Human Research Standards Organization a few months or maybe a year ago, looking at this question, and there were a lot of people with qualitative data expertise in that group, and they were basically saying, well, this is the first time that we've been taken seriously as a community in working on these efforts. So I think we need to do better in developing standards for those groups just generally. I think that's true.
Thanks, Alex. I personally have applied for grants. Well, many grants I get rejected. I'm very comfortable with that as an academic, but I've applied several times to bring people together to start developing consensus around how qualitative data sharing might look or could look with this sort of consideration. So there's lots of qualitative research I do. It's not at all sensitive. I'm asking scientists about their perceptions of open science. So, there is great paucities of qualitative research that can also be shared possibly. So yeah, if anyone wants to fund that, please email me. No hesitations. Exactly. Did you have a question? Yeah.
A quick comment, because there are so many possibilities that we haven't discussed. We had a focus today. We have one day. There's an infinitude of topics. For the security, there's also, instead of moving data around, there's moving computation around. So you bring the computation to the data, and the data remain in place and controlled, and even the preparation of analyses. This was scaled up hugely during COVID-19. You can use synthetic data to present to researchers a limited representative example of what the controlled data are like. They can prepare their analyses based on those synthetic data and deploy them at a distance. So they're never in contact with the data. So it's just to see the idea that there are other solutions, including ones that are facilitated by different neuroinformatic approaches.
Thanks, Patrick. Any other comments or thoughts? Okay, so at this point, there's about 5 minutes left. So this gives you 5 minutes to get those thoughts from the day on the sticky notes and up here on the board before leaving. I want to express our team's significant gratitude to you all, both in person and online. Time is obviously a very precious resource for all of us, so that you've given us your time and engaged with us either as panelists or attendees at the event is so very appreciated. And I think really the only way we'll move this conversation forward is through being generous with our time and engaging openly with one another. So just a big thank you. And although I think there's some time to hang around and chat, grab another coffee if you'd like, but lovely to connect with all of you, and thank you so much.